Okay, let's see. Does this actually work this time? Oh, this looks promising. Okay, I think that we're actually live now. I don't know why it wasn't working the first few times, but this looks alright. So let me just test this. Make sure that the chat's showing up. Excellent. Beautiful. Alright. So let me post this quick. Okay. Looks good. Okay. I think that should be fine. We'll give it a few minutes here. But as far as I can tell, everything seems like it should be working okay. That's concerning. Stream health is bad. What is YouTube's problem today? That's good. Alright, let's check and see what it's like.
Didn't understand.
Nope, that's not the one. Okay, no, I mean it looks fine when I'm seeing it here, so I assume that it will be okay. It looks fine. So I put the chat on the screen this time because it seems like YouTube had some problem with saving the chat replay before, so at least if people are going to stop by this time, which who knows, maybe, then we'll be able to see it at least, so. Well, wonder, can I improve this if I give OBS some extra CPU time? I doubt that's the problem. I suspect very much it has to do with Chrome. Yes. But we will see here in a second. Hopefully this won't be too bad. I mean, it looks like it should be okay, but there's definitely some lag on it. Alright, well, we'll see. In any case, yeah. Is it just my network? It could be. What the hell? I don't normally expect these kind of technical problems. I go out of my way to fix everything. Alright, well, I guess if anybody's watching, they'll let me know that if there's a problem with this. It looks like it should be working. I don't know if it's, or how well it is, but we'll find out. But today's goal is we have to deal with this binder. Hi, Jan. So this is something that I used to like do these streams a lot, but for the reason I kind of stopped for a while is I was having trouble getting it to work correctly because a combination of reasons really, but one of the primary ones being my internet connection at my old place was not very stable, and so after it broke up one of my streams into like a million pieces, I decided that I would just record them with OBS because it would, even if the connection dropped in the middle of a game, it'd be easier to deal with that way. So, however, now this is fine. I want to try doing this again here, so we're going to see how well this ends up working. So I don't know. I'm not going to promise that this is going to necessarily be like a regular occurrence, but for the, this is a special thing that we're doing, so we'll see. Yeah, so and that's exactly why I stopped doing it, because I mean, it was fine for a little while, but then I had started having problems with it, so I would rather do it, either do it right or not do it at all. So that's why most of the content in this channel is now pre-recorded. But we're in a new place with new technology and new service, so we'll see if it works any better this time. So there we go. But I think everything, it looks like it's working, even though that the control panel here is telling me that it's skeptical of whether this is going well or not. So we'll see. I guess if it looks like it's a problem, I'm sure that people will let me know. So all right. So yeah, we're gonna finish this project here where I have to basically reorganize this. So I have just gotten a second one of this binder, and we're going to organize all of the cards into it. Now I have all of the cards already inventoried, so we just have to re-sleeve them, and then we're gonna put them in here, and I'll show you once we get these all re-sleeved what we're gonna do with them. Let's see. Love mono blue Merfolk, or mono blue decks like Merfolk, blue steel, including mono blue bulk and paradox combo. Yeah, you know what? I'm in the same boat. I love blue decks of all kinds. I used to be, a filthy control player for a very long time. Pretty much blue anything I would play. I played Splinter Twins, I played like Grixis Control, played Blue White. You know, if it had blue in it, it's got my attention. But Merfolk is the one that I settled on. Let's just pull some of these out here and then start sleeving these guys up. Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, like, the power level of blue as a color has gotten weaker over the years, so now it usually requires another color to really make it work, but my preference would be mono blue. I like mono blue stuff. Yeah, like the color, not the game style. Yeah, that's also possible, like, so what is it about blue that I really like? I guess it's just when I'm playing blue, I feel like I have more agency over, you know, how the flow of the game is going. Blue is the color that has the most amount of counterplay to it, like most often in the form of actual counter spells, so yeah, I definitely feel like with blue, I'm more responsible for whether I'm winning or losing. It's not like, you know, just drawing, you know, or playing like a burn deck. It's like, oh, well, I lost because I just flooded and didn't draw enough lightning bolts. Like, those kind of decks are a lot, I don't know, it just feels like there's less agency to them, so. Whereas, like, with a blue deck, then you have to actually play well in order to convert wins with it, because the timing is a lot more important. Like, it's less forgiving on, you know, making mistakes. Like, you have to be very sure. It's like, all right, am I going to burn my counterspell on this? Because if I get it wrong, then I'm going to probably lose the game here. So, right. So, yeah, let's see here. Let's start off. I'm going to take these benthic biomancers. These are all pre-release ones. Benthic Biomancer, by the way, has like really, really pretty foil art on it. This card shines very nicely. I enjoy the art in this card quite a lot. Blue offers the most protection in the form of countering degenerate on OP stuff, and also like drawing cards. Drawing cards is fun. Let's see, blue, green, red, white, black. I think for me, my favorite color, like, so definitely blue is my favorite, but then after that, probably red, then black, then white, then colorless, then Hearthstone, then green. I've never played Hearthstone, so, you know, green is like by far my least favorite color. It's just, yeah, so you can imagine, you know, how I feel about the fact Merfolk has been pushed into, like, Simic colors, because I really prefer, you know, pretty much anything to having to play green, but green is now part of the Merfolk environment, so we just learn to live with it. So Benthic Biomancer in Mono Blue Devotion, it's not an insane proposition, but the problem, I guess, for that is I don't know, it's with Mono Blue Devotion, I think you want cards that like really scale well when you have a bajillion amount of mana. Your whole plan is to really do dumb things with Nykthos, and Biomancer doesn't really do dumb things with Nykthos very well, so. I mean, yeah, no, I'm surely like looting away ley lines or something. That is something of value for sure. But in general, I think you'd rather, if you want like to do something fun or useful with a 1-drop in that deck, you probably would rather have Spectral Sailor, because with Nykthos you can just like say draw like 2 cards a turn with like a Spectral Sailor. If you just dump 8 mana into it, just draw another 2 cards a turn for like every turn for the rest of the game until you win. That just seems way more powerful. Whereas Biomancer, you only get to do that once, so... yeah, or the other option, like Siren Storm Tamer, is fine. It's hard. Like, the other one drop that we've gone towards mostly is, like, Witching Well. Just that Scry 2, like, really helps you hit that land drop in turn 2 and 3. And in the late game, it's also a Divination for 4 mana, so... But it also has some synergy with Urion, too, where you can blink it and get extra Scries in, so... I don't know, like... I think there are just like better one drops to play alongside Nykthos. The reason that we want Biomancer and Merfolk is, one, it has the Merfolk tribal synergy to it, but also like the Merfolk is a lower to the ground kind of deck than like the big blue bullshit devotion deck. So we don't have Tidal Warrior in Modern, but we do have this card, which is sort of close. And I gotta say, like, Lorwyn has like some of the best artwork, you know, for like any of these cards. Just look at how beautiful that is. That's amazingly good. The problem is that this only works during your turn, so you can't use it as like mana denial for like the Tron deck, for instance. But it's still a card that like I have in the toolbox just in case, like, if Spreading Seas ever becomes like ridiculously bad, like Tideshaper Mystic is certainly a possible card that you could use. Being able to attack is fine. It's just we generally need some number of Seas just to deal with stuff like Tron. Now, if we had Tidal Warrior, I probably would not play Spreading Seas. I would just play Tidal Warriors in that slot instead. Yeah, because the difference here, Tidal Warrior in Legacy, you just turn a land into an island. So you don't get to choose what you want to turn it into, but you can do it on your opponent's upkeep. So if they're playing like Tron, for instance, you turn off their Tron land so they don't have 7 mana in their main phase to just slam Karn or something. So this has like a more mana denial effect towards it. So for sure, I would rather have Warrior than Mystic, but unfortunately, Tidal Warrior does not exist in Modern at the moment, so maybe in a future Modern Horizons or like a standard set it'll get reprinted. That's possible. So I'll get to that in a second. Benthic Biomancer has some synergy with Urion. I guess it does, sort of. But, like, we would rather have card advantage over, like, card selection in that deck. Because, remember, just drawing a card is better than looting a card. And the whole point is, like, if we want to, you know, play with Mono Blue Devotion, we want to set up a board state where we have, like, a bajillion mana, and then we can just turn that mana into card advantage. So, like I said, I think we have like slightly better 1-drops to play instead. Is Tidal Warrior playable in Legacy? Yes. Yes, it is. Now, I don't know if I'd want it right this second, but Tidal Warrior is playable in Legacy, and I enjoy that card a lot. The problem is that Magic the Gathering Online, it is bugged to hell and back, so... yeah, if you use Tidal Warrior's effect, you know, if you use this to turn a land into an island, what it currently does on MTGO is it just it removes all the abilities and types from the land. I think, yeah, the land will not be able to tap for mana anymore, at least until the end of turn. So this is effectively like a Rishadan port in Legacy because it's bugged on MTGO. So, and I played a stream with this like, you know, about a year ago, and what happened was what I called the snap, where I activated Tidal Warrior and it crashed the entire game. Now that bug, they fixed it, so, but they fixed it by making it a different bug with Tidal Warrior that now just makes it a Rishadan port, so it still doesn't work. I would love to be able to test it more in Legacy. Tidal Warrior is very good against certain decks where if you can, you know, push through Island Walk, it helps a lot. Stuff like Maverick, for instance, it's a very good way to get past like stuff like Scrib Ranger or Knight of the Reliquary or Thalia. Yeah, getting your Island Walk in and then going right past their defenses is excellent. But I can't play the card online at the moment because Magic the Gathering Online will not fix their fucking bugs with these. So yeah, if you ever go to my Twitter, you'll see like the pinned post on there is a current update on whether this card is currently working or not on MTGO. Every so often I'll go in and do a test with it just to see what the current state of it is, and I'll update that thread. So here, this is another interesting card. This is a Morningtide one, so it's another Lorwyn block card. Come on, you want to like. Okay, see, this camera is like weird. Sometimes it autofocuses correctly and sometimes it just doesn't want to do it. But you can see it's a very shiny, pretty card. There it is. Alright. So, Marrow Wit Sniper is one of the cards that you can play with Cloudstone Curio to combo out your opponent. So I own a set of these in foil just for the hell of it. It's a very, very, very click-heavy combo though, so... Yeah, I mean, you could play it in X-Mage. I don't know if it works in X-Mage. I've never tested it, but I would assume that it probably does, so. Let's see, also wanted to ask about the Theros 3-mana artifact that gives +1/+1 to creatures. Yes, actually that is a card that I have looked at, and I think that it's potentially playable. Honestly, for something... What I would really love is if we got like Pioneer Masters and they I don't remember if they... I think they said that it's an online set only. So the Pioneer Master set is not going to be like Modern Horizons, but if we ever did get something like that, I would love to see like Grand Architect in that deck. I think that would be exactly what we want. But because I do think if we can get like some kind of blue Lord effect, like that makes Master Waves much less vulnerable. I mean, even like, I don't. If we could like get a card like a Merfolk in Modern that just said blue creatures you control get +1/+1, so not just Merfolk but all blue creatures, like that is something I'd be very interested in playing, because then when you play Master Waves, you're not losing all the elementals when they Fatal Push a Master Waves. So. And yeah, in Pioneer that's still a thing, so if you have something that boosts the toughness of your elemental tokens, that way they can survive Master Waves going away, yeah, I'd be very into an effect like that. So I've definitely thought about playing that card. So yeah, Hall of Triumph, that's the one. Let's see, here is another really pretty card, Dakra Mystic. This one I think was it Born of the Gods? It's got an interesting effect to it. So basically, it's sort of a way to control the card quality, so that if your opponent is going to draw a good card, then you can say, you know, bend it to their graveyard, or if they're going to draw a really bad card and you're going to draw like a good card, then you can keep the cards on top and then try to win on card quality that way. Like, if the metagame is like very, very grindy heavy, then like probably Dakra Mystic is a little bit better, but generally Modern tends to be more about, you know, fast racing kind of deck or linear decks rather than like the grindy kind of long game decks. So Dakra Mystic hasn't really been terribly relevant for a while, but we still have them nonetheless. Let's see. So, yeah, let's leave up these Tidal Warriors. Cool. Alright, let's grab some more cards out of this binder. What do we do? So, yeah, anybody who's watching, like, feel free to jump in the chat. I'm looking at this the whole time while I'm doing this project, so I am happy to talk about pretty much anything with anyone. So let me know what's going on. Like, how's your Sunday going? See, one card you're thinking about in Pioneer for Blue Devotion is Ashiok's Erasure. Yes, that's a card. An exile spell so you can effectively counter Supreme Verdict and it adds Devotion. So, Ashiok's Erasure is a card I do think should be in the toolbox because, again, in sort of like the slower metagames, I think that Ashiok's Erasure is actually very good if there's like a lot of blue-white control and stuff like that. Problem is that Ashiok's Erasure is very slow at the moment against decks like the Heliod Ballista combos, or it's not the best against stuff like Inverter or Breach, because by the time you're getting to the 4 mana to hold up for it, like, they're either actively disrupting you or, you know, winning the game before you get to that 4th land drop. I think if the game's going to go longer, though, like, the longer the game goes, I think the stronger Ashiok's Erasure is. But I guess the other problem that it sort of has is, like, even against the control deck, you have to be mindful of Teferi, because they can just play a Teferi, bounce the Erasure, and now they have, like, the Verdict back in their hand, and then you're going to have a hard time actually using it again. So it's tough. I really want that card to be good because I think it is a very powerful effect, and I love cards that add to Devotion. I think playing cards that, you know, have Devotion effects in them is definitely what that deck wants to be doing. It just, I found it slightly kind of awkward to use it. Things just seem to be a little bit too quick for it, and I haven't quite found that pacing for it. So, yeah. Oh, hi, Fruit Kid. So, yeah, you know, Merfolk wants a strong 1-drop. So what kind of 3-drop do we want? So I think I've answered this, like, actually in the past few days. The card that Merfolk really wants at 3 mana is a Merfolk Drogskull Captain. We need a Merfolk Lord that gives all the other fishies hexproof. That's more than anything what I would want, so. Either that, or like I said, the other card that I would really like is like a Merfolk Lord that just gives all blue creatures +1/+1. That would also be very cool, because then it lets us play Master Waves without fear of losing all the tokens if Master dies. And actually there also is a 3-drop that was designed that I think would be fantastic for the deck. Damn it. Alright, I'm gonna look this up quick because I think this, I want to show off this thing. What's his name? Because I know I have this card somewhere. I forget what the name of it is. You know, you guys are probably going to get the name of it before I do. Trying to find this guy. Ah, here we go. COD, that's the one. So I will open this up on the screen here in a sec so you can see it. So there is a 3-drop that they designed for the Mystery Booster product. Here. This is the one, COD. So if we could have a 3-drop, I would love to have this as a 3-drop. So it's a legendary creature for 3 mana. It's a 2/3. It's not a Merfolk, but it gives Merfolk +1/+1, and it turns all lands into islands in addition to their other land types. So this is a card that could potentially replace Spreading Seas in our deck. So it's a Lord effect, so it keeps, and it's a creature, so it keeps up that density of attack power in our deck. But it also then it enables our island walk with like Lord of Atlantis and Master of the Pearl Trident. So we don't have to like play, you know, Spreading Seas and, you know, and then just not have any creatures in play. Like this is pumping up our board and enabling Island Walk all in one card. So like something like this would be fantastic if this actually existed in Black Border. So that's a 3-drop that I'd be extremely interested in seeing. Then Entrancing Melody really shines with Leyline. Good versus the Auras or 2-mana Ballista and Walker removal. Entrancing Melody, I think, is definitely a toolbox card that we'd want to keep. So here we've got, you know, Cloudfin Raptor. Yeah, the little like the Simic symbol in the text box really does shine very nice too. So I mean, there are definitely, I think, builds that can use this card well, but if like a more aggro list in Pioneer could definitely use that card. I've played it a little bit. Mistcloaked Herald. This card actually, I think you can play in Historic. Like, it's pretty good in that. You can play it like instead of, you know, like Benthic Biomancer. It's a nice common that's easy to pick up for, and not being blocked is fine. It's also good in the mono blue tempo deck because it's something you can easily stick like a Curious Obsession or the Sea Dasher Octopus on, and that way you guaranteed get your cards every turn as long as you can protect this with like Dive Down or Siren Storm Tamer. So this is I don't know that we want it in like Modern or anything, but definitely if you're gonna play like a tempo-y deck, then they can help. Oh no, the sleeve just broke. Next. Slitherblade. Which one is that one? I think I know which card that is, but yeah, you know, you're right. Slitherblade is a thing. Slitherblade doesn't exist on Arena though. I think that's the problem, right? So yeah, if you're gonna play on Arena at all, you kind of have to. You're priced into the Mistcloaked Herald. Yep. Yeah. There we go. I've also like thought like if there's like any way to take advantage of this being a Merfolk, because like the tempo deck does already want to play like Merfolk Trickster in it, and sometimes even Brineborn Cutthroat. So it makes me wonder if there is like any possible way to play like a tempo deck that also sort of acts like somewhat of a tribal deck, but I haven't quite figured that out yet. So, but like any of those decks you're gonna play, you probably do want this card, and like sometimes in Devotion we might want to play this, but Siren Storm Tamer, this is a very powerful card. Like, this is a card as a 1-drop. If this was a Merfolk, this would be great. I would love this. Merfolk just has, you know, it has really inferior 1-drops because we don't really get them very often. Yep. So these are the 2 Curse Catchers that were still in my binder. So I think we pulled out 2 of them last time. So, and I still have like the OG Shadowmoor ones. I like Curse Catcher's still powerful in Legacy just because there are decks like Show and Tell that if you can slow them down by a turn or 2, that normally gives you time to actually set up a board state that can beat something like Emrakul. So playing it in Legacy definitely still has appeal to it. Not as good in Modern though. Yeah, so yeah, Amonkhet's not on. Yeah, so it will be eventually. So Slitherblade can replace it then. Come on. Oh, this thing just split too. Damn it. So yeah, I guess Kaladesh and Amonkhet, like they created the assets for. So I think one of the things they're gonna do, are working backwards through sets, so I will probably see Amonkhet like remastered or something on Arena at some point. And I assume they'll do the same thing with Kaladesh eventually. And yeah, and there are definitely better versions of Curse Catcher. You know, like the spirit, the Mausoleum Wanderer, for instance, is like, so it's like way better than Curse Catcher, like by a ridiculous degree. Like, so why can't we have like Mausoleum Wanderer for our deck? That would be fantastic. So, got some Tidebinder mages here. Very good card. Like, this still sees some play. Some Harbingers up here next. Yeah, our deck is lucky if we get like one good card a year. I should say, we're lucky if we get like one good Merfolk a year, because we usually do get at least like a card or two. It's just they're not necessarily cards that are printed for Merfolk. Stuff like, you know, Force of Negation or the Waterlogged Grove. Not really printed with Merfolk in mind, but we just take advantage of it well. But stuff, you know, stuff like this where it's like, okay, this is like a playable Merfolk effect. We don't get these very often. We usually only get like one or two of these a year. Now, like, yeah, Ixalan was kind of underwhelming, given that Merfolk was supposed to be like one of the core like mechanics. You know, it's like, okay, well, this is supposed to be a tribal set with these. They really underpowered it. That was kind of disappointing. So, I mean, we did get Cometa Speaker, and we did get Merfolk Mistbinder, which I guess they help a little bit. It just, they're not free, but I mean, I guess it's better than having them is better than not having anything. So, you know, yeah. See, like, this is another one, Coral Helm Commander. This used to see like a lot of legacy play, I think. Like, this effect is very powerful. It's just, you have to have like Chalice of the Void in your deck to really protect it while you sink all the mana into it. Yeah, I don't know what their problem is. Like, I think that like Core Set 2020 would have been like a really good place to print some pretty reasonable Merfolks. Like, you know, they kind of threw like some of the, you know, dinosaurs like a last hurrah with stuff like Rotting Regisar, and, you know, they even something like Brineborn Cutthroat, like that was like the only card that they gave us sort of, and it really wasn't even a Merfolk card. It was like more for like the pirate theme. Like, they should have printed at least like one good tribal Merfolk in that set, just as Ixalan was going to rotate out. So yeah, I'm kind of bummed that they didn't bother, because normally that's like something they try to do. Like, before a set rotates out, like, they'll usually print like one or two cards that like synergize with it, just to kind of drum up some like last minute interest in it. So like, it would have made sense to do that, but I don't know, I guess they just were not interested in doing it. So we got some fun cards to pull out here. Yeah, it really does seem like they just go out of their way to not make good Merfolk cards. I don't know what the problem is. Like, do the designers just secretly hate fishies a lot? Like, did a Merfolk beat them when they were just like learning the game? Like, now they just don't want to like make them anymore because they have like repressed memories from Merfolk destroying them. Maybe. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just speculating. Maybe that's why. Yeah, a lot. Yeah, Jan, that's true. A lot of like the blue-white Merfolk are definitely like mill heavy. So in Lorwyn there was like a mill theme with Merfolk, and they do seem to make stuff that, you know, kind of enables that, which sucks. But I think that, yeah, the more tempo-y aspects of Merfolk are what make it good. So that's really what we want. We want tempo fishies. We don't want like, yeah, we're not really interested in like milling people out. There are just way better ways to mill decks out than trying to do it with Merfolk. Like, the problem with mill is, like, if you're playing a bunch of creatures, they're very vulnerable to removal. But also, like, if you're playing a creature, it's usually because you want to attack with it, and playing a creature and then milling your opponent's deck out is, one, it's normally harder because, you know, they have more cards in their library than typically, you know, life, so that's a problem. You know, I don't know. If you think about it like this, like, Lightning Bolt deals, you know, 3 damage to your opponent, so you need to cast 7 Lightning Bolts to win. Whereas your opponent's they're gonna start with usually 53 cards in their deck. So how many, you know, Lightning Bolts does it take in order to, if you were gonna Lightning Bolt their deck with mill? Lightning Bolt did like 1/7 of their health, so like let's just look this quick. So like, what's 1/7 of 53 cards? So realistically, like, every time that you mill them in order to stay on par with burn, you'd have to have like a 1 mana mill 7 card, you know, card in your hand. So, and most of the mill cards do not mill cards at the same rate as like a Lightning Bolt goes after their life total. That's really the fundamental problem with it. So, yeah, just milling people out is not really a good plan because you're not milling things at like that 7, you know, cards for, you know, for 1 card rate, or even like 1 mana rate that you need to in order to kind of stay competitive. You can play Merfolk in Old School. It's Lord of Atlantis and Merfolk of the Pearl Trident do exist in that format. I think what's more interesting though is if instead of 93-94, if you actually look at like the 94-95 format, there's a little bit more to work with. You have some more Merfolks that you can actually play in your deck. There's like 2/1s and stuff. You have Force of Will. But there's also this other card called Dance of the Many, which you can use to copy your Lord of Atlantis and basically play it as extra copies of mill cards in your, or extra copies of Lord cards in your deck. So I think the 94-95 Merfolks actually have they're way more realistically viable than like the old school ones are. Because I think if you're gonna play old school, like with like Moxes, you may as well just play with play like a green or red or even white based aggro deck. Cause yeah, like stuff like Savannah Lines is going to be way more efficient at killing the opponent. But I don't really play a whole lot of old school. I have a few friends that do though. So you know what I would like? A blue fish that counters a spell and gains power equal to the CMC of the card. You know what? I would just be happy if we just had like a blue fish that when it enters the battlefield it counters a spell. That would be good enough for me. I think that I would take that any day. 3 mana on their turn. I mean, the more flash cards you have that are playable in the deck, the less you need Aether Vial as well. Right. What the hell? I didn't sleep. I feel like 2 of these sleeves are technically not new ones, and I forget which ones they are. I think it's these 2. I don't think I unsleeved these 2. Oh yeah, the stream died for a second. Yeah, sorry about that. Alright, no, we're still going. Yeah, I want to get this done. So Yeah, Sunken Ruins as a Lord effect, even though you have to pay for it. Yeah, well, the Dance of the Many card is sort of like that, too. It's a card you have to pay for every turn, but, like, as long as you keep paying for it, you can just leave it as a copy of Lord of Atlantis, so it helps you keep up that density of Lord effects. Yeah, just tempo flash decks a lot, and the general aesthetic of Fish, which is why you don't switch. Just, yeah, I mean, so Merfolk has been around a lot longer than Spirits has, and Spirits is like, there have been like good Spirit cards, but really as like a tribal deck, it hasn't existed for that long, because it was only really once like Supreme Phantom got printed that like you could really make kind of a competitive Spirits deck, because they were really missing out on like those Lord effects, especially at like 2 mana. That's really hard. Oh yeah, so in case you hadn't, if you see, like, this is the promo Silvergill Adept, which this was a really cool promo. This was one of the cards that I got that made me want to start foiling out my deck. Yeah, to give you the free taste of it, and then that's when you get addicted to foils. And then the Pure Sight Marrow, this is one of the combo Merfolk cards. You play this with Paradise Mantle, you can exile your whole deck, and then you play Thassa's Oracle and you win. So I know for a while, like, it was basically impossible to find foils of this card. So I had help from a friend to get them, because I got them from one of the European places. So I haven't looked to see like if they're still hard to find or not. But I mean, for a while, like, it was really hard to find that card. So. And speaking of Spirits, this is also like, this card, like, they play it a lot with the Drogskull Captain. Just, yeah, copy the Captain, kind of the same way that we copy Trinity Nemesis and Legacy. When you copy the Captain, it makes, this hexproof, so now they have a Spirit Lord that can't be killed, even though it has, like, the targeting clause on it. So, 4 images, go in the pile along with everything else. Cerulean Drakes. So yeah, I've been playing with this card a fair bit in Historic, because just protection from red is a very useful effect. It's not perfect because there are still things like Bone Crusher Giant that will get around protection, but just in general, being able to slow the red decks down with something like this, especially in best of 1 play in Arena, is really important. I've been testing to see if Uro might be able to do something similar to this, where it can slow them down. And the thing is, I think Uro is probably a little bit better against like the Kaya's Wrath decks or the Shatter the Sky decks. So any of the control lists, probably like it. I don't think that you need the Cerulean Drakes for Pioneer at the moment. But there definitely is there's definitely a possible time that these might come back into the Pioneer list. So a really good toolbox card to have, because if Pioneer ever calms down to a point where like red is dominating the format again, you really want to have an effect like that you can. It's even main deckable. It's fine. Its effect to like sacrifice and counter a spell that targets you is very relevant, because then that means even if you're playing against a deck like a Thoughtseize deck, you can use that to counter like a discard spell to protect all the good cards in your hand. So, or like countering Thought Erasure is fine too. So here's the thing, like, I definitely want Counterspell to come back, and I actually have some foil counterspells, which we'll get to in a little bit. I don't think that Counterspell is as good as most people think it is. So we'll get to that in a sec. Here, let's appreciate this. This is a card I really wish this had Flash, but even without Flash, I still think this is a very good tempo-y card, because it's a counterspell that's also a creature, and like modal cards like this are always what helps. Modal cards are like deceptively some of the best cards that ever get printed, That's why stuff like Hooligan's Command is so powerful, that being able to do things, as needed in the game, like it gives you ways to main deck, cards without losing threat density. But no, what I'm saying is, I don't think like Counterspell is really as good as you think it is. Like more often than not, like it's the same. It's kind of the same as like Deprive. Deprive really isn't that big a deal for us most of the time, bouncing a land. So yeah, like it would be an upgrade, but I don't think it would even be that big an upgrade. So I mean, sure, I definitely want the card in Modern, but I struggle to see how it's going to like upend anything by doing it. And I don't really care if it obsoletes something like Deprive or Logic Knot. Like, isn't like people are not really playing stuff like Prohibit or Mana League or like Logic Knot because they really want to be playing them. Those are all like really weak cards, and like Counterspell existing isn't like, and I don't know, it's not like those are cards worth saving. Like you could also say like for every for every Plague Engineer, like isn't that making people not play like Grey Ogre, or like is that really what we want to like? We don't want to go down that road to argue. Basically, like there are always going to be cards that are better than other cards, but just because a card, like a good card, means that like bad cards are not going to get played, that's not really a reason not to play or not to have good cards. So that like remember that like the majority of cards that are legal in Modern are not good enough to be played in Modern. So, and yeah, I think that stuff like Logic Knot really doesn't need to be a Modern playable card. I would be fine with Counterspell existing, because I don't even think, like I said, Counterspell is only like barely good enough to actually see like a reasonable amount of Modern play, because the rest of like the cards that get played in Modern are just very, very strong. So Counter Magic, I think, should have the access to that in the format. Well, I mean, look at Legacy. Counterspell barely gets played at all in Legacy. It's like maybe a 1 or 2 of in like the Miracles list, and that's basically it. So I don't know. I feel like a lot of people just, especially newer players I've noticed, they just have like an irrational hatred of counterspells, and especially the counterspell. They just grossly overestimate how good the card is. Deprive plus Mystic Sanctuary combo is still playable in Modern Merfolk. Not really, because in Merfolk we don't want to have that many lands in play to enable that to really be a thing, and we don't want to grind a game out that long. Like, we want to kill the opponent sooner rather than later. Whereas like a deck like Bant Snowblade, or like the Uro Snow deck, they're fine with like taking a game into the late game, because they're playing like a bunch of cards that just say like draw an extra card every turn and then win on card advantage. So I imagine like even some of those decks might choose to play Deprive over something like Counterspell, specifically for that synergy. So like, yeah, in that regard, like Deprive may not even be invalidated by Counterspell, because some of those decks want to play Mystic Sanctuary with it. So, oh yes, Water Trap Weaver. This is a card that I'm always constantly looking at this card to see if I want it in my historic Merfolk list, because I think this card is another deceptively powerful common. If you're just building the historic deck and you need cards for your deck, feel free to burn common wild cards in this, because this is a very good card to play for a while. It slows like a lot of decks down. I think it's fine. Like, and there are definitely times where having that effect is really, it is good. So we've seen it even in Modern. Like if Death Shadow is actually like a big player in the metagame, something like Water Trap Weaver, and a metagame with like lots of big scary creatures, that card can help tempo those decks out. Especially with like Aether Vial. Yeah, if you vial it in, like, you know, right before combat, like, you use a combination of, like, Water Trap and Trickster and Reedry, like, you can keep your opponent from basically ever being able to attack, which is great. Yeah, also really good against the humans deck, that's very true. I mean, yeah, Nikachu really, he did praise this card a lot, and honestly, it's a very good common, like, I think it's well designed. It's like a Frost Lynx, but with like relevant creature types. Merfolk and Wizard are both creature types in blue that like actually care about those types. So, whereas like you know what I don't even remember what Frost Lynx is, like a cat or something, or I don't know, or is it a beast? Who knows? Like it's not really a relevant type. So, yeah, Nimble Obstruction is this. If you don't own this card, go buy this card before it gets expensive, because this is a very unique effect in Magic. It effectively is like a cycling stifle that draws you a card and cannot be countered. And it also has a mode to be a 3/1 flash flyer when you need it. So, like, I think this is way more playable than like you know most people realize, and it's an effect that is just extremely strong, and it's not likely to get reprinted a lot, I would think. I mean, it could be, but how like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think they like do rare cycling reprints very often, and it's certainly like it's the sort of rare that I don't see them wanting to reprint in too many different formats. Yeah, Water Trap would be good if it did kind of what Tidebinder did. Yes and no. Remember, like, Water Trap Weaver is good against stuff like Death Shadow, where Tidebinder Mage is not really as good against that deck. So here, Vendilion Cliques. I don't really dig the Modern Masters foiling on this. Like, there are definitely better foils of this card. This is just the one that I opted for at the time because I needed them to play with, so... But Clique is also another card that like occasionally shows up in our lists in both Modern and sometimes Legacy. When Miracles was like on you know a really big deck in the format, like Clique was extremely good just because you clique the Terminus out of their hand and then they can't actually blow you out like that. It also was good against Moat. Having flying meant it was one of the few ways that you had to like actually beat them once Moat was cast. So. Yeah. Yeah. Remember when you played Nimble Obstructionist and Favorable Winds builds on X-Image and Exelon Standard? Yeah. Like, Obstructionist is just a really good card. Like, honestly, Obstructionist is, I would say, on a similar sort of power level to Cleave, where it's something for a three mana flash spell that does, like, something very relevant. Serious. Hey, what's going on? I mean, I think about Aven Mind Sensor and how long it took to see a reprint in Standard. Yeah, like, those kind of cards, like, they don't see prints very often, so... And a lot of time, you know, like, because of that, it takes a long time to print them, and they get expensive, so the supply is not super high on them. It's just like for like what, $2 or something, or you go buy like a playset of them. They're cheap and they're very good. Mistcaller has been on your eye for a good one drop. His main deck hate for Yorion or Dredge. Oh, all right. Yeah, I'll see you later, Jen. Thanks for coming out. Yeah. My sleep schedule's been all sorts of fucked up, so like I'm gonna be probably up really late again tonight. It's about 8 o'clock here, so. Actually, I've been looking at Mistcaller. Like, that's a potential option to play in Historic at the moment because there's a lot of Reanimator decks with Unburial Rites being a thing. Mistcaller is something that I look at a lot. That do I want this as some sort of way to like you know have hate cards against reanimation stuff? So. Definitely worth considering. Mistcaller, in the right metagames, like Mistcaller is just very good. Now we're starting to get to some of the more interesting cards. Come on, let's go. Let's see here. Yeah. Another Spectral Sailor. I think we pulled out the rest of these yesterday. But Spectral Sailor, just, this is a very, very good card. Like, it's another example of, like, Spirits gets, like, a very powerful 1-drop. A 1/1 flying flash that, like, has a relevant effect on it. I mean, something like, you know, that's a problem. I don't know if it's, like, a more or less powerful common than Kamena Speaker, but it certainly is strong, so I wish we had more 1-drops like that. 4th Tempest Djinn. Again, I like this card in the Devotion deck. The problem right now is as long as the Inverter deck is a thing, I don't know if we can play this because we really want to be able to play the deserts, the Ipnu Rivulets. Because Revulet is a land that interacts with their deck and really slows them down, and they can't like Thoughtseize it away, so just including that land in your deck gives you free percentage points, but that land means you can't play the basic islands instead for that thing. Excuse me. So here, now this is a fun card here. Scab Ruinator. This is some like troll tech from Innistrad. So it's a 5/6 flyer that you can cast from your graveyard, but you have to exile 3 cards from your graveyard in order to cast it. Now the thing is, you can vial this in on if you tick vial up to 3. So vialing in a 5/6 flyer is definitely like really cool. Now, why you really want this though when like a lot of the removal heavy decks are at an all-time high, because if you're just jamming a bunch of if you jam a bunch of creatures and they just like keep sweeping the board of all of them with either spot removal or just like stuff like Damnation or Wrath of God, Supreme Verdict, like those sort of cards, then this becomes a way. It's like, okay, well, you can keep killing this thing, but I can just then keep exiling cards from the graveyard to bring it back every time. So like, it's gonna eventually grind them out of removal and then just kill them. So really like a pretty interesting sideboard option like in removal heavy metagames. When you're playing against a lot of stuff like Jund and Control, like that card's really good. Here we go. More Thassa's. Yeah, I know we pulled out the other 2 Thassa's or not yesterday, but the last time that we did the stream. So yeah, maybe the other 2. They're so pretty. We are doing all of this at Thassa's directive, so. And I really love like the little star, like the enchantment frame around the edge of this. Like it really is super pretty. Just an all-around great foil, but the Constellation version of this card is definitely something I've had my eye on too. Let's see. You have hopes they'll make Fish better because they seem to care a lot about Historic. I mean, I think they've been doing a reasonable job at like enabling fun archetypes in Historic. So far, nothing seems to be out of like completely ridiculous, except maybe like the Field of the Dead decks, because now they have Ulamog, so they can go wide and go tall with like Ulamog, and I don't know if I'm okay with that. So for that reason, I've started main decking like 2 Tempest Callers in my best of 1 list just because of stuff like Field of the Dead. But yeah, I don't know. Like aside from Field of the Dead, which my feeling is that they literally just unsuspended Field of the Dead for the sole purpose of just proving that the suspension list is not a ban list. They had to unsuspend something in order to make that point, and I think that's just the one they chose to do it. Because they weren't going to unsuspend Oko. Like, that definitely wasn't happening, so... I think their whole suspension bullshit is kind of shady, and that they had some ulterior motives for putting Field back in this format, and I don't think that Historic is better off for Field being in it, but other than that, I think like Historic is like been doing pretty well. So yeah, and like I said, they've been printing out some really good stuff to enable things like I'm totally fine that there's like Unburial Rites, so there's Reanimator decks in it now. They put in like a bunch of Maverick cards in Anthology too. They had like Thalia and Knight of the Reliquary, Ghost Quarter, even like Meddling Mage for like the humans decks there. Well, I mean, Phyrexian Obliterator seems like it's pretty good against decks that like that where they don't want to have to sacrifice all their land, so like blocking is not really a good option for them, and then you can just finish them off with like Grey Merchant too, so you don't actually have to kill them in combat. Here's Kapala. Like, I kind of wish this card was like a little bit better than this. Like, it's good pretty much against like Walking Ballista, but where's it? I don't know. It still is like really easy to kill this thing, I think. It's like, okay, they have to spend like 3 mana on a Fatal Push. Like, yeah, I guess like it's, but I don't know. Kapala's at least like they were trying with this card, and like it's close to good enough. Maybe if like, you know, if mid range ever became a thing in Historic, like right now the format is like really kind of aggro and ramp heavy. Little bit of control. I don't think there's a whole lot of mid range in there, but if it did become like that, then maybe Kopala would be like a reasonable sideboard card. So I will say though, like I've been grinding a little bit on Historic, and I've seen like a fair number of people playing Merfolk in Historic. So like now a lot of them seem to be playing closer to Jeff Hoogland's list, where they play Deeproot Elite in it. But I don't know, like there have been enough decks, like, or there have been enough people playing Merfolk in there where I think like eventually people are gonna like start respecting it, because it's pretty good. Here we got Kira. This is another very, very pretty foil, and I gotta say, the first Modern Master set, I think the foiling on this set in particular is way better than Modern Masters 2015. Yeah, so first Modern Masters has much better foils in it, and it's just like, this card shines so beautifully. And like, Kira is like, I think generally a better version of that, of the Kapala effect. It sort of sucks that it's a spirit, but I mean, if we had like this, having a Merfolk type would be fantastic. The combination of the two was pretty strong though. It's just, it's not quite that great if you're going up against Abrupt Decay, but like they kind of need exactly Abrupt Decay to really deal with it well. So find it funny that people don't know how Phyrexian Obliterator works. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been a while since like Obliterator has seen any serious amounts of play, so yeah, people need to like read that card, because Obliterator is a very, very powerful mythic. Sort of like the same way Master of Waves is like a very good mythic payoff. Is Master of Waves a mythic? I think it is, right? Yeah, from Theros. Like, the way that it's like a really good, you know, 4 mana devotion payoff card for us, like Phyrexian Obliterator is a very powerful 4 mana payoff card for the mono black deck. You know, they weren't printed at the same time, but Like it's still kind of like that where it's extremely strong like when it hits the board. So you really do not want to triple. In fact, most of the time you don't want to block Obliterator at all, which is why we have to lean on some of our tempo effects like Merfolk Trickster to kind of tap it down and go past it, or the other one, Marrow Reejery. You know, this is like the backbone of the historic deck. And this one, yeah, this is the F&M promo. It's got the cool little thing in the text box here. I think the art in this, it's a little bit dark, but I mean, it's overall pretty fun. But being able to like use the Marrow Reejery to tap down Obliterator and swing past it is also very good. So, yeah, like between Reejery and Trickster, we can deal with the mono black deck, I think. Well, I mean, okay, so we did go from like Master Waves to Mire Triton, but Mire Triton's like not, you know, it's not nothing. Like that actually is a pretty reasonable card. So Mire Triton deals with a lot of problematic cards for us, like Death Shadow or like Gurmag Angler, where we didn't necessarily have a good way to block those things, but Mire Triton will trade with any of those like big mid-rangey threats. So I mean, it's not, I mean, obviously like it's not as good as a mythic that was printed for us, but what is it, an uncommon? Like it's a pretty good uncommon. Here we have some Phyrexian Revokers. I think we've seen these before from the last time, but there's the rest of my set. Revoker, like I said, is just another good card. So yeah, I most of the promos that you know that I like to get promos because they generally have like really cool art in them. There are some cards I think where the original art is like the superior one, but like Master Waves, like the original Master Waves art is just way better than the dual deck one. But I think Marrow Reejery is one where like the promo is significantly better. Yeah, because the original art for Reejery is like really blue and then kind of hard to see. So here I have some filthy white cards. It's not even a Merfolk. But finally, unbanned in Modern, after, you know, it went for a really long time before, you know, this got unbanned in Modern, but since it did like what 9 months ago, something like that, this card, it hasn't really seen as much play as you would have thought. Like, it's fine, people play it, but as everybody has been saying, like, Stoneforge Mystic is not as good like as it used to be. And I mean, it's not even that great in Modern because there's just like such good removal for it. But nevertheless, I still have it because, you know, there might be a time where I want to play Swordfishy, so I mean, this is a pretty good promo. It's got like the little star in the text box, so, and it does shine reasonably well too, so it's nice. And I have, yeah, I don't think I did, I or didn't I don't remember if I got to the equipment. I don't think I did, but the equipment page I have is actually really neat. We're gonna see it then. F&M Reejery is kind of weird to look at and really jarring. Yeah, I agree. I like cards that have kind of unique art to them. And I think Reejery does have like sort of a unique art to it. Like, there you go. Finally, we're getting to Kamena Speaker. It took us a really long time to find a 1-drop that we even wanted to consider playing. Like, Yeah, you know what? Ixalan merfolk do look pretty. They're kind of pretty, and we're gonna see that in a second here because now we have a few of them in front of us. So let's see here. Venice speaker. This is like a gorgeous artwork for sure. There we go. Yeah, you see the nice like foiling pattern of, especially in the background, it shines very, very well. So I like this one a lot. If only we could have a blue version of that card, that would be even better. But you know what? I guess Kamena Speaker is better than no Kamena Speaker. It is by far the best one-drop merfolk that has ever been printed. Yeah, you know, I would even say it's better than Curse Catcher because just killing your opponent is usually better. Like, it enables the turn 4 wins, which are just so important, especially in Modern. Yeah, they do have somewhat of an androgynous look to them. Like, so here's Merfolk Branchwalker. These are all foils, of course. Like, it's a little bit dark. Like, this art, like, the only thing that kind of stands out is the purple color, which actually is kind of neat, but, like, everything around it is, like, a really dark green. They do that pretty well with like a lot of the Ixalan cards, where like most of the cards kind of blend into the background except for like a few prominent colors that they do in the artwork. So it's a pretty cool effect. We actually, yeah, they have this one here. We'll look at Swiftwarden. Like, you can see kind of the same thing here with Swiftwarden. Like, this is another card. Like, I really wish this was like a blue card instead of a green card, but so you can see like most of the background is like a really dark green, except there's like this blue and purple color on the merfolk themselves that like make them stand out just a little bit. See, we have more collector oofs. I never can I don't know if it's pronounced oof or oaf or like, yeah, I don't know, but this is Null Rodney as far like yeah, this is a creature printing of Null Rod because they can't actually print Null Rod. It's on the reserve list. The closest we can get is, you know, that effect staple to a creature, which at least it's in colors we care about. So turns off fucking Walking Ballista. That's all I really care about. I mean, look, the artwork in Ixalan is very good, I have to say. That kind of aspect of it they nailed very well, but I kind of wish that the design of the creatures was a little bit better. So yeah, then we also have this guy. So this is, you know, a merfolk technically because it has changeling. It has protection from black, which means it's a really good sideboard card against Death Shadow. Because effectively, if you ever resolve this card against Death Shadow, you are going to kill them in like a single attack. Because then you can use its effect to give it plus X where it's its power, so it'll attack for probably at least 8 damage and they won't be able to do anything about it. And they can like basically never attack into it unless they're going to kill you with like Temur Battle Rage somehow. So Chameleon Colossus like is a devastating sideboard card to like fight Death Shadow. They like have to Thoughtseize you and take this card out of your hand before you play it. Like that's their only option. They have to Thoughtseize this thing. Because Inquisition's not going to do it. It has to be like exactly Thoughtseize that gets this before it gets into play. Because otherwise, they have almost no way of dealing with it. And this card will just like crush them. You don't like the way some of the older merfolk, like, is there any ones in particular that you don't care for? Or? This is basically blasphemy, but you know, like the classic Lord of Atlantis art. I mean, I sort of get that. Like, I personally like the Judge art a lot better than the original one. But for me, it's also because, like, the card mirrors Master of the Pearl Trident a lot better. So, like, they're really a tag team, so I prefer the art that makes them both look, like, more similar. Okay, so then that's the last of the creatures. Some more of the digital. Yeah, I mean, the art direction has definitely changed a lot. Like, there's a lot less of the abstract kind of art than there used to be. The same way where we don't get, like, the classic English literature quotes and cards anymore. They kind of changed the art direction a little bit to be more fantasy-like. So, yeah, a lot of the artwork is themed better to the sets, but sometimes you still get, like, really memorable stuff, though. Like, Sickening Shoal, I think, is a really good example. Actually, I'll show you this one, because this is worth looking at. There are some pieces of art that, like, even... they just, like, I don't know, they're very, very memorable, and they stand out from, like, pretty much everything else here, so... let me just find it here, and then I'll put it on screen so everybody can enjoy this. I can, let me find an appropriately sized card here. Come on, why? I think it's so hard to find one that, like, I don't have to, like, blow up ridiculously big. Let me filter this by size. That's better. There we go. Let me open this image. Okay. Alright, here we go. Oh, come on. Alright. You know what? Here. You can see it here. Right? So, yeah, this is Sickening Shoal. So, it's a bunch of, like, little fishies. They're like piranhas or something, floating around in the air, just vomiting all over this guy. That is disgusting, and it is gross, and it is weird, but it is very, very memorable. And it's like, it has, like, that kind of, like, fantasy look to it, the art style, but it's also, like, it's just strange. And it's strange, kind of like I said, how a lot of, like, the old cards, like Stasis, I think, looked kind of strange, but this is strange, like, in, like, a more fantasy kind of style. But yeah, like, when I think of, like, kind of unique arts, like, this is one of the ones that always comes to mind. I mean, probably because it has, like, fishies in it, but also because, like, just, like, wow, this is crazy. Rebecca Gway's art style, yeah, but they have been, like, having her do, like, art for special things, though, right? So, like, they did, like, okay, damn it, I'm gonna have to, like, look this up too, because there is some of the lands that she did, like, not that long ago. Yeah, no, I want to pull these up because they actually, like, so when I was looking at islands that I wanted to replace my deck with, that Rebecca Gway's lands were definitely one of the considerations that I had for replacing them. I think. Yeah, there are foils of these now, right? So, all right, yeah, let me open these up so we can see them all here, because these are very pretty. Okay. Yeah, see, like, this is a cycle of basic lands, so I think they were originally done for one of the commander sets, and then they ended up doing like promos of them in the standard showdown packs. Like, these are beautiful. I love all of these artworks in these lands, and I very seriously considered using this as the basic island for my deck too. So yeah, Rebecca Quay has some absolutely gorgeous artwork, which I enjoy quite a lot. Okay. Yeah, get them while they're in standard. I still have a bunch of promo like island artwork, or basically any sort of like promo when they're in standard. I have a binder. I just keep all that stuff in because pretty cards are really great. And I think they've been doing a good job at like picking very good arts for promo lands. Alright. So yeah, here, Merfolk Mistbinder, you know, one of the few good pickups for us. So you can see like a lot of the art in this card is like very kind of greenish, but you notice like her hair stands out just a little bit because it's like the purple color that kind of contrasts from everything else. So yeah, I think Mistbinder's pretty good art. Dominaria 256. Yeah, I think we looked at that last time. Is that one the underwater one? I think. Yep. Oh, okay. So it is. All right. Well, here we have. Here we have some legendary fishies. First, Sig River Guide. Now this guy actually I think is a very popular commander for like blue-white. He's a 2/2 with Island Walk that can give himself protection from whatever color you care about. So it's a really cheap and easy to cast commander. Gorgeous artwork, and the Lorwyn art just knocks it out of the park. Sometimes in the blue-white deck for Modern, you might see like a Sig in the sideboard. He can be good against like again against like Jund or Death Shadow because it's just very hard to remove him once you hold up the mana for it. You just vial it in on 2 and like now they have to 2-for-1 themselves in order to even have a chance of killing it. So here, Kumena, Tyrant of Araska. It's a card that has a lot of text on it, and you can kind of see like again background like all kind of like very light blue and white. The Merfolk stands out because the colors just contrast so much against it. So like very good art on it. The only thing that's kind of sucks, like I said, is the play patterns this card wants you to do. Normally you want to be attacking every turn, whereas this wants you to tap your fish to do other things, which in a board stall that's fine, but like when you're trying to aggro the opponent out, it's not as fine. So that's why we don't see this quite as much. And then the last one here is Zagana. So Zagana, one of the few like notable Merfolk from the Ravnica set. So effect like it's a 4-mana card. The effect is not like super amazing, but If you want to play it, like, if you're going to build, like, a Merfolk EDH deck, like, this is a fine card to include in the deck. You can use it as the commander if you want, but I don't know if I would use it as the commander. It's definitely, it's powerful. Like, you know, it's going to become, like, an idiot creature, and it can draw you cards, so... It gives all your other stuff trample, so it works very well in combination with Kumena. You tap, you just 5 Merfolk, put a +1/+1 counter and everything, and then play this. Now all of a sudden, every one of those creatures has trample, so that's kind of cool. Let's see. Here you got Magus of the Moon, just Blood Moon on a stick. Take it easy, Fruit Kid. Yeah, I'll be at this for a little while, so gotta get this done. Thanks for hanging out, though. So here, Unsettled Mariner. I think Joe, or Merfolk Joe, has been playing this card in his blue-white list a fair bit. And it's been, like, pretty effective at slowing down, like, the Prowess deck. Or, like, anytime, like, you know, like the Burn deck or the Prowess deck, like, they're gonna try to dump a bunch of burn spells into play on one turn, like, this is really gonna hurt them. Like, the best is when you're up against burn and they suspend, like, Rift Bolt. You vial this in, and then all of a sudden now, like, the Rift Bolt is just going to get countered because they don't have mana to pay for it anymore. Let's see. This is a very cool card that was from M20, Risen Reef. I think I played with this once on this channel so far. It is ridiculously stupid with Master Waves. Every time an elemental comes into play, you know, you get to... you look at the top card. If it's a land, it goes into play, and if it's not a land, you get to just draw it. Well, no, it's actually better. It's put it into your hand, so it gets around stuff like Narset. So basically, like, with this card and a sufficiently big Master Waves, you can just draw, like, almost your entire deck, and then just, like, win with Thassa's Oracle. And the artwork on this is fucking gorgeous. Like, this is beautiful. I love this. Very good card. I enjoy it a lot. So now we're getting down to... look, I hate this thing so much. I'm almost ashamed to own them. Almost, not quite though. There's a story involved in this. We'll get to this in a second. Alright. So first things first. Very Macabre. Very Macabre, very decent sideboard card against Reanimator. As mentioned before, like, it's difficult for a Reanimator to deal with this because, like, the only thing that really interacts with it is Pithing Needle. Otherwise, it's more or less it may be like a stifle, but, like, yeah, you can't, like, counter it with a Force of Will or anything. You can just, and it costs 0 mana. So, like, when you're on the draw versus Reanimator and they're going off in turn 1, you have, like, an uncounterable way of stopping them. Alright, we're at this point. This is, I think, the last creature that I have to put in this pile. This is one of those things where they say keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Well, this is about as close as your enemies are ever going to get to you. Fucking Plague Engineer. Let's print tribal support in Modern Horizons. Why not? What's that? This is the opposite of tribal support. Oops. How could we have possibly done that? No. So, I have these because if you ever are having problems with, like, say, another tribal player, maybe like, a merfolk player or a goblins player, an elves player, slivers player, vampire player, any of that nonsense, you can build like blue-black merfolk with this card and really just hose them hard with it. So I had one guy who thought it was kind of funny to have 4 Witches' Vengeance in the sideboard when we were playing. And, I was playing Merfolk, obviously. I'm like, oh, so really? We're going to play 4 Witches' Vengeance in the sideboard of your Vampires deck, huh? So, alright, I see how it's going to be. So then I end up bringing this back with, like, Phantasmal Image and stuff, and yeah, it turns out that, like, the Vampire deck really can't get off the ground once you have, like, 2 Plague Engineers in play. So, look, if you're gonna have to go up against, like, tribal hosers, like, there are very few that are better than Plague Engineer. Card is extremely good at, at the thing that it does. Okay, so now we're gonna move on to spells. These spells I have in this binder. Just try to pull these all out. Guess those can go over here for the time being. Oh my god. There are a lot of spells here. So, like, I generally have more spells in my toolbox because, like, all the creatures are pulled out, so yeah, like, the core creatures end up going in basically any build of the deck, but the spells are the things that tend to be, like, the more metagame sensitive things. So they do, like, very, very specific effects as opposed to, like, the generic beat face win game kind of creatures. There are so many of these cards too. Come on. Oh my god. Alright. We'll just start with this stack and then grab more after. I'm getting there. Okay. Disdainful Strokes. Disdainful Stroke counters things with converted mana cost 4 or greater. which is really the card this is best against is actually Scape Shift. Because this is one card that counters both Primeval Titan, and it counters Through the Breach, and it counters Scape Shift itself. So basically any of the actual important cards in Scape Shift, this will just counter. It also is playable against like control decks where you can counter like a Jace or a big Teferi. Sometimes they'll play stuff like Lyra in the sideboard, hits that. Counters Cryptic Command, which is fine. It's probably a little bit worse against those decks now because like they run a little bit lower to the ground with stuff like Uro and Little Teferi. So, but that's also like Disdainful Stroke is very good against the Tron deck. So like I said, yeah, most of their important stuff is 4 mana or bigger. You're gonna almost always hit like Walking Ballista, Karn, you know, like but actually both Little Karn and Big Karn. 6 mana Ugin and 8 mana Ugin, Wormcoil Engine, sometimes Batterskull, Thragtusk. Yeah, super good card. And here you have some foil Cyclonic Rifts. Very, very powerful commander card actually. 7 mana to bounce every permanent you don't control back to its owner's hand. Amazing. And this is a very pretty artwork too. Like it has a very red shine to it, which I like a lot. So it's pretty expensive though, to be honest. Yeah, because it gets played so much in Commander, like that card actually is pretty up there in price. Foil Logic Knot, I just happen to have one, so it goes in the binder with everything else. Not that I don't think I've ever played it in Merfolk, but it's I keep it in with the other foil counterspells since I happen to have them in there already. This card, Narset's Reversal, I don't think I've ever actually played with it. So I have one pre-release one and one regular foil of this. So if you were playing earlier this week, you might have known that there is an issue with Distant Memories, I think, on MTGO. It's a 4 mana blue sorcery that just says effectively you win the game when you cast it because it caused MTGO to bug out. Some wise guy figured out, like, you know, like an hour after they banned it finally to deal with it. Well, what if you just played Narset's Reversal against that? Then, you know, you could actually just, you know, return their copy to their hand, and then all of a sudden you get to cast it and win the game instead. So, you know, it's like the meta correcting itself with their stupid 4 mana I win card becomes your stupid 4 mana I win card. Of course, you know, if these bugs didn't exist in the first place, then this wouldn't be a problem, but the people who were abusing it, though, definitely 100% deserve to get banned for that. Like, nuke their collection. Like, yeah, if you are ever going to ban anybody, then ban the people that were abusing it to get 5-0 results, like, over and over and over again. Because that is a blatant fucking misuse of the system. Definitely, it is against TOS, so Aether Gust. I probably need to get a couple more of these. This card's actually pretty reasonable. You could choose a spell or a permanent that's red or green, and it goes in the top or bottom of their deck. So this can actually deal with uncounterable things like Chandra, Awakened Inferno. It effectively buys you like 1 turn against any red or green thing that's a huge problem to you at the moment. Can deal with like shift. Well, if it's on the stack, you can Aether Gust is shifting Ceratops. Once it's in play, then it's kind of a problem. So, kind of like how Disdainful Stroke was really good against Scape Shift and then had like other applications against like Control, for instance. Flash Freeze is another card that's very good against Scape Shift, except the other deck that this is really good against, this happens to be good against stuff like Burn. Just straight up counter a red or green spell, so if you're up against, you know, like maybe you might want this against the devoted druid deck. I mean, it's sort of like, you know, it counters most of the important stuff. Unfortunately, it does not counter Walking Ballista or Heliod, but at least counters Devoted Druid and like Collected Company and Quarter Calling. You know, it counters basically everything in the burn deck, and yeah, it counters Primeval Titan, counters Anger of the Gods, counters Through the Breach, counters Scape Shift. So this is mostly a Scape Shift card if you have a lot of that in your metagame. But like I said, there's some other decks that it's also like reasonably playable against. So depends on what your metagame looks like. Sometimes that's going to be the one that you want to lean on. So let's see here. Next card we have is our good old friend Deprive, which, like I said earlier, I don't think even if they printed Counterspell in Modern, I'm pretty sure that Deprive would still see play just because of Mystical Sanctuary. So like, I don't think you're necessarily invalidating every other Counterspell just because of Counterspell existing. Like, first of all, double blue is also like a significant cost, so something like Flash Freeze or Disdainful Stroke or even Negate might still be a better choice than Counterspell for certain decks if they're not like super blue heavy. But even like a Counterspell is not necessarily better than this, because bouncing Mystical Sanctuary back to your hand is certainly a very powerful thing this card can do. It's a very pretty foil. I like this one a lot. So in the pile of spells it goes. Let's see here. Oh yeah, we have another one of these negates, which I think we saw the other ones yesterday. But just so you can see, it's worth looking at again. Like, again, another very, very pretty foil. Okay. So Ceremonious Rejection has one main purpose, and this main purpose is to deal with Eldrazi-tron. Counter target colorless spell, which means you're going to counter like Thought-Knot Seer, Reality Smasher, Karn, the Great Creator, All Is Dust. Like, it hits so many relevant, like Walking Ballista, anything in their deck really. Like, this is a very, very powerful card against them. Just 1 mana counter like any spell in the deck. Outside of that, it's fine. You can play this against regular Tron. It counters, you know, lots of the important stuff like Ballista, Karn Liberated, Ugin. Even counters like Ulamog if they're still playing any of those in their deck. Oh, I need more sleeves. Alright, come on. There we go. Okay, I have 2 foil spell snares. This is not something I've played in Merfolk for a very long time. There were at some point some metagames where I've considered copies of this. Stuff where when like Terminate was like a really big card, you know, like, and Jund was playing like, you know, like I said, Terminate and Dark Confidant and Tarmogoyf. Like, this is a very reasonable card to bring in against them, because like when there's lots of 2-drops, even against Burn, this is a very good card because it counters important stuff like Lightning Helix, Boros Charm, and Searing Blaze. Spell Snare definitely can be reasonable depending on the metagame. So it's worth having in the toolbox, I think. I don't think we play it very often. Most of the time, we're probably leaning on like Spell Pierce or what's the other one? Deprive. Like, We pick one of those two usually, but I mean, if Stoneblade ever becomes a thing, and like, you know, you really need a good answer to Stoneforge Mystic, a Spell Snare is not bad. 1 mana counter target Stoneforge Mystic is reasonable. But I think we can beat Stoneblade without it, to be honest, so it just depends, like whatever your metagame is, it's just an option to tweak your deck towards it. So some mana leaks. These probably are not going to get played anytime in our deck, like again. I doubt it. We just have like better counter spells for the most part, but they're cheap and I own them, so they go in the binder regardless. Okay, so here we go. Repeals. So actually, like, if you want to play Lurrus in your deck, that means you don't have access to Brazen Borrower to bounce things. So probably the best thing that you can replace Brazen Borrower with if you want a bounce effect is this Repeal. Repeal, it can still like bounce like an Ensnaring Bridge. It'll cost you a little bit more mana, but it sort of the same way that like Brazen Borrower is playable because it's a bounce effect plus it does something else. You know, it's like saying it's a bounce effect that draws you a 3/1 flyer. Well, Repeal is a bounce effect that just draws you a card, so certainly like a very good card to have access to. And especially, like I said, if you're going to play with Lurrus, then you probably need something like Repeal in order to replace Borrower in those builds. Here we have some Dispels, counter an instance. I mean, we don't really need this card very much now, but again, like if it's certainly reasonable to consider at certain points. So there's lots of control decks, or like lots of control and burn and stuff like that. Then yeah, countering instance is always useful against them. Actually, this is one of the historic anthology cards, Swan Song. Counter enchantment, instant, or sorcery, but you have to give them a 2/2 bird in exchange for that. So it's a 1 mana negate, sort of. Like it's almost as good as negate, but for 1 mana, it's not bad. Reasonable toolbox card. Here. This one is a tried and true staple in our deck, though. Out of all of these counterspells, this is one of the ones that sees more play than most of the rest of them. Here we have Spell Pierce. So there are actually like 2 different Spell Pierce arts that both have Merfolk on them. This is the Ixalan one. I like this one a lot. I like the red color in it. If you don't have Forced Negation, like Spell Pierce is definitely a very good budget replacement for it. So consider it. Yeah, like let's see. We haven't played with Peak in a long time, but since we used to, I still have foils from when we did. Having access to, or knowing what cards are in your opponent's hand, is a very powerful effect. So this was more relevant when we had to play against like combo decks. Like when you're playing with against stuff like twin combos, like this was great because it's like, okay, now I know if they're just, you know, BSing me, if they have it in hand and they're gonna slam twin like at any given point. So. And it was one of the cards that we played, you know, before we kind of had Kamena Speaker, trying to fill the hole in our 1-drop slot. Probably don't need it anymore, but like I said, I'm not getting rid of it, so it just stays in the binder usually. Vapor Snag. This card actually is it always remains a potentially playable card in our toolbox. So. There are always metagames where we might want this. Return creature back to its owner's hand, they lose a life. So it has the ability to sometimes beat stuff like a warship. And, you know, a 1 mana bounce spell is a good effect for us to have. Alright, more cards. Get these all sleeved up, and then we can start putting everything into its proper home. Wow, this is more dinged up than I realized. Huh. Oh wow. It's not something I play with a whole lot, but I must have, yeah, picked it up somewhere and not realized like how marked it was. Well, I mean, it's not marked, it's just like it's scuffed up a little bit. There's like spots on it. Get these unsleeved. So now we're starting to get to like some of the really fun cards. Oops, get over here. I've had these for a really long time, so like you can see they've kind of curled a little bit. Last copy of that. Oh my god, there's still so many spells in here. Oh, well, let's get them out of here because they gotta get sleeved, so. Owning foil cards is a responsibility. If you're gonna own expensive foils, you have to like take care of them. So it's a time-consuming and expensive hobby. So be prepared for, you know, the commitment you're getting yourself into. It's really like it's a stupid fucking thing to spend money on. I'm not gonna lie. So I don't recommend it. I'm just an idiot. These. Oh yeah, now we have all the other colored spells. Come on. Never realized I had so many of these cards in here. Because I never like go through and look at them, so there's a good chance to like revisit like what all these cards do. Think about, you know, the more you like browse through these things, like the more ideas you get for deck building too, which is nice. Like that's something I also should mention. Like I think I posted it on Twitter like earlier today. The most important lesson I have to like teach anybody is don't be afraid to try new things. If you think that, you know what if there's like a card I can play that's going to improve this match for me that I'm struggling with, just try it and see if it works. The fastest way to answer your question is to just jam games with something and then see how you feel about it. So that's what led me to play Cerulean Drake for Historic for a while. Because, you know what, the card seemed fine. But now I'm trying other stuff, like I'm trying some Jade Lights and some Uros to fill that hole, and I think that's also fine. There's not always necessarily one correct answer to any given problem either, so sometimes it depends on your play style. It might depend on the metagame that you're playing against. You know, it might depend on other cards that you have in your list that fill other similar holes, so not everybody tweaks their deck the same way. just like I said, don't be afraid to just try and see how it's going to go. Okay, now we're getting close to the end of this section. My god, there's so many of these spells in here. Like, this is stuff almost the end of the spell section, and then we have permanents. Okay, I think that's it. Now let's start working on this pile. Okay. Just set these here. Okay. So let's see. Return to nature. Yep. I think we saw other copies of this last time. Sure. This pile is just getting bigger and bigger. So I did have another essence scatter, but I don't think I have a full set of them yet. So let's see. So this one, Grip of Phyresis. So this is actually a card I think that was in a commander deck. And the reason that it's here is that it's a very good way to beat Stoneforge Mystic in Legacy. If you are struggling against like Umezawa's Jite or Sword of Fire and Ice, so you go up against a lot of Stoneblade or Death and Taxes or Maverick decks, Grip of Phyresis is a way you can just like blow them out. You just steal their equipment after they search it up and put it in play, and then yeah, you get to equip it to like a germ token. So yeah, it's effective. It's like a way to kind of, you know, undo all the damage Stoneforge Mystic does while also advancing your own board state. Now, Stoneforge isn't nearly as good in Legacy as it was like a while ago, but just because the format's kind of upended by stuff like Teferi and Uro, and Oko, so there's not really many Stoneblade decks these days. Here we have Flusterstorm. So this is a card that is a modern card too, but we don't really ever see this in modern. Generally, Flusterstorm is only really necessary in Legacy because there's more combo decks where you need it against stuff like Ad Nauseam Tendrils, the Epic Storm. What else? Did I say Show and Tell? That's one of the ones. Yeah, like even Reanimator it's fine against. And it's mostly just because Flusterstorm gets around Force of Will, so it's helpful in that regard. Very good for winning counter wars. So here we have 4 copies of Days. Again, Legacy legal, not modern, but sometimes we want to play a few copies of Days in our fishy list in Legacy. So for when we want them, they are here. So here, I was talking about these earlier. I do actually have a set of foil counterspells. These are F&M promos, and they have some of the classic art on them. Counterspell is another one of those cards that's been like reprinted a bajillion times. I think this is a very fair and balanced card. So the art on this is like it's cool, and I like that it says the F&M in here. It has like the little foily stamp. One day, Modern, one day I want to get to play you. Unfortunately, we don't really use it in Legacy, though. Like, our mana base has a hard time casting it in Legacy for the most part. Oh, sorry, I keep hitting my desk here. And yeah, and like 2 mana counterspells in Legacy are like kind of shady. It's hard for us to have double blue for it, but also like you really don't want to hold up 2 mana in Legacy if you don't have to. Let's see, Path to Exiles, nice promos from here. So I think they actually did these as an F&M promo over one of the summers, so it was kind of cool. This is a card I expect to see banned in Legacy at some point, Veil of Summer. At least I hope that it does, because this is disgusting. Anytime that, like, you know, the Storm deck is abandoning discard in favor of Veil of Summer, which is, like, ridiculous to me. Well, it's not ridiculous. I mean, I understand why they're doing it, but I'm saying it's insane that that's, like, that it's happening. Veil of Summer just undermines so many cards that are important to policing formats from, like, broken combo decks, like, you know, Thoughtseize and Hymn to Turok and Force of Will, like, Force of Negation, like, Daze, you know, a whole bunch of stuff. Like, even in Modern, like, it counters, like, a ton of important spells, so... Yeah, like, I don't know, Veil of Summer is disgusting, and it should never have been printed, and it should be banned in pretty much every format. It's just... 1 mana Cryptic Command is disgusting, so... I only own 1 copy of it in foil, which I think I got with credit from my F&M... yeah, credit I earned from, like, F&M at my local game store, so... That's why. Unearths. So if you're gonna play, like, Plaguefish, like... Even if you're gonna play, like, Blue-Black Merfolk in general, like, this is a really fun card, especially with Mire Triton. It's a way to, like... rebuy lords after they've already been killed for 1 mana, or otherwise it just cycles for a card, but it's pretty helpful. It also, like, brings back Plague Engineer if you're playing the Plaguefish deck. So let's see here. More Black Splash stuff. Fatal Push. I mean, you're gonna, yeah. If you're playing a Black Splash, like, it's probably for some cards like this, and I mean, this is a very pretty promo. So 1 mana removal spell. If you're gonna splash for something, that's probably, like I said, one of the cards that you care about. So Clipwings here is a this is a Lord Magicus tech. I've talked about it before. This card is in this toolbox for exactly 1 reason, and that reason's name is Merit Lodge. So one of the problems is that here, so you can see Merit Lodge is a 2020 flying indestructible, and normally the decks that play it also have access to Sajeri's Step, which get at instant speed if they use, like, you know, Elfish Reclaimer or Crop Rotation. They can, if you try to, like, you know, say Echoing Truth or Petty Theft the Merit Lodge back to their hand, they're just going to give it protection from whatever color spell you're trying to use to interact with it. So usually, like, protection from blue. The thing is, they can't actually do anything to stop you from using Clipwings, because it says each opponent sacrifices a creature with flying. So it doesn't target anything. It doesn't target the creature, and it doesn't target them. And they have, yeah, and Merit Lodge is the only creature with flying those decks normally even have in play at any given time. So yeah, basically it's just a 2 mana spell that kills Merit Lodge, and they can't really do anything to interact with your spell. So it beats Sajeri's Step, which is nice. Alright, so here, this is one of my favorite promos ever, Surgical Extraction. Another card that, like, you probably play usually, like, 2 copies of this in Legacy. We've seen it in Modern though, like even during the height of like Arc like Phoenix, they were playing this card a lot for the mirror match. This is an extremely gorgeous promo. Another example of like, even like, you know, the balanced Phyrexian mana cards are still not really that balanced. Because like we like I was saying, we saw like the Arc-like Phoenix decks just main decking that card to try to beat them, or to beat each other. Like, okay, I'm gonna have a trigger to get my Phoenixes back, and I'm gonna exile your Phoenixes at the same time. Now they still have stuff like Lava Dart, where I think that even though Faithless Looting got banned, I still think there's probably a way to build that deck. Yeah, I think they gave up on it like a little bit too early. Like, I think you should be pretty easily able to like enable like a turn 3 Phoenix. Even maybe even 2 of them. Like, you go like Thought Scour into like either Izzet Charm or Cathartic Reunion into turn 3, just like chain 3 spells together. You have a lot of ways to do that. So, or you know, the alternate plan where you just play like, you know, a Serum Visions into a Thing in the Ice and then just chain a bunch of spells after that. I think that people jumped ship because they saw like Phoenix wasn't like a tier 0.5 deck anymore, so they just gave up on it entirely. And it's like, yeah, you got to commit to it a little bit more than that. I think they should try. We got Wizard's Lightning in case we want to do red splashes. Most of our creatures are in fact wizards, so you know, Wizard's Lightning is basically just a lightning bolt, and then we actually have, you know, regular lightning bolt foils. So there is a full art lightning bolt foil, like a textless one that's super pretty that I've considered getting, but the problem is I don't play lightning bolt decks very often now, so it would be sinking a lot of mana into something that I basically never play at this point, so that's why I haven't done it. Like, I can justify buying like Masterpiece Vials because they're all basically always in my deck. But I couldn't, but I don't think I could afford like, well, I could buy them if I wanted to, but I don't think I could justify the cost of like full art lightning bolts because, like I said, I don't usually use them. Here's Gut Shot, very good card against like Infect. It also is. This is a reasonable card against like the so, yeah, like some of the green based like Birds of Paradise Noble Hierarch decks. So, oh, more sleeves. Yeah, we're just flying through these. We should have enough. I think I still have like 3 more packs of them, so I don't think we're gonna run out. This is one of my favorite blue trolley cards, Psionic Blast. Nobody ever expects to get burned out by the Merfolk player. So, that, yeah, it is just hilarious. So, Sleep. This is something I had from the Mono Blue Tempo deck in Standard. Yeah, just tapping all the creatures, so kind of lets you get like 2 very strong combats in. I don't think that we really play that card at all, but I mean, it was fine when it was in Standard. Maybe in like Historic or potentially Pioneer, like there might be some build that wants it though. Hibernation. So this was like a very good card for us against like a deck like Elves, but it's also really good against Boggles because both their 1-drop hexproof guys are green cards, and this is one of the few ways we have that actually interacts with them. So if you have a lot of Boggles players, you can definitely sideboard some Hibernation. Chances are they're not going to expect it, and they're going to get blown out by it. Alright, so here we got 4 copies of Boomerang. Yep, I think just generically good card. It's really cheap. May as well own them. There are some scenarios in which it's a little bit better than Echoing Truth, like, you know, you can basically time walk a Tron player with it. It's unlike Echoing Truth, Boomerang is a way to, like, you know, play around the Dark Depths combo a little bit. If they ever go to copy, if they activate, you know, Thespian Stage, copying Dark Depths, and then they have like the trigger on the stack with it, you just like let them copy it, make, you know, they sacrifice a Dark Depths, and then with the trigger, you boomerang the land back to their hand, so now they don't get their Errant Lodge. So it's not like a complete blowout, but because they'll still have at least one of the lands back in hand, but at least they can't protect it with Sajeri Step, which is nice. So you're going after the land, not the creature. So you got 4 copies of Echoing Truth. Again, very cheap card, common, very powerful. It's good against, it's particularly good against like token strategies, stuff like, you know, Empty the Warrens. It's fantastic against. Here, you know, 4 copies of Hurkyl's Recall. Now we don't really need these as much anymore because like Mox Opal is banned, so like the artifact decks are not as good. But still, like, you know, it is. We also have Collector Oath, which is a sort of like the green answer to the artifact decks as well. But for a very long time, Hurkyl's Recall was one of the only ways we had to beat artifact decks. So. Resetting their entire board was just necessary in order to have a chance. Here we have another copy of Force of Negation, which is just a beautiful foil. Now here's one of my personal favorites, Textless Cryptic Commands. I don't play these in Merfolk very often, but I have no intention of getting rid of these, so they're gonna just stay in the toolbox forever. Now I do have a 4th copy of it that is in my commander deck at the moment, but yeah, these are just absolutely gorgeous. And like, you know, like I said last time, it does not make sense that is like a card that has a textless promo, because it's one of the most complicated cards in Modern. Nobody actually knows what the real text of that card is. Alright, the next card, Summary Dismissal. So this is something I picked up for Pioneer. It's a card that you can use as a sideboard against stuff like Supreme Verdict. Yeah, it's just, in general, just a very powerful counterspell. So it can, you know, it's also good if your opponent is ever going to cast something like Ulamog. This is one of the best ways to answer it. So, but like it is mostly intended to be a way to get around stuff like Supreme Verdict being uncounterable. Oh wow, do I need another pack of sleeves already? Damn. I'm sorry. Okay, I have 4 more left, so. We're just burning through these. Like, I have like a display box of these that I got specifically for this purpose, so. But yeah, like I'm not just like pulling these out of thin air or anything. I got a ton of them a long time ago because I intended to do this and then just never got around to this project. So Disrupting Shoal was actually one of the cards we were essentially trying to use as Force of Negation before it got printed in Modern. And I mean, it worked to like some extent. So it like when Splinter Tomb was a thing, you could play Disrupting Shoal with Master Waves in your deck as a way to like tap out and then not just be dead to Splinter Twin, because you could at least exile Master Waves and then shoal their twin. And I mean, even against like something like Death Shadow, you can spend 3 mana to counter a Death Shadow. It's not the worst, but the problem is like it's really bad against stuff like, you know, Karn the Great Creator, or I'm sorry, Karn Liberated, and like all the stuff in Tron. Like it's hard. Like it's really bad against like Scape Shift, because you were like never countering Primeval Titan with this thing, and that's one of the worst cards for us. So even like having a 4-drop blue card is like you'd have to like be playing 4 Master Waves in your main deck, and you don't always want to be doing that. So and you have to have it in hand with this at the same time. So it was kind of rough. Like whereas Force of Negation lets you pitch any blue card, like this very specifically wants you to have something that matches. So it's kind of helpful against stuff like the Devoted Druid deck, because we have lots of 2-drops to pitch to this thing. So it's easy, like, okay, they're going to play Vizier, so I can just at least Disrupting Shoal it and just pitch like a Lord of Atlantis, but matching the converted mana cost is just really, really rough. So, I mean, I don't think that it's like, you know, never going to be playable again, but I don't think that it's likely going to show up anytime soon. It's just, you know, something to have in the toolbox. So, oh, yeah, Disallow. I think we showed off a couple of these already last time, but another Pioneer card for the toolbox. And here we go, Unified Will. It's another card we don't really play very much of anymore. It's got a really gorgeous art on it. But you know, this was something that you could like play against combo decks where they don't have very many creatures. So against something like Tron, this is probably fine. You just stick like a 1 or a 2-drop, and then, you know, all of a sudden now you have like a spell or a card that could counter like both like Karn and Wormcoil Engine. But it's kind of rough though, because like a lot of those decks are now just playing a bunch of removal, so you really don't want Lightning Bolt to be countering your counterspell. Like, that sucks. Alright, we almost have all of these out of here, so let's do this one next. So there's not as many permanent cards in the binder as everything else, but most of our stuff is either a creature or a spell of some sort. Very few are actually like non-creature permanents. But let's just pull out as many of these as we can for the time being. Yeah, if you're hiding in the chat, please don't say something or say hi. I don't bite, I promise. Just trying to get this done and hopefully be at least somewhat entertaining. You know, produce something of value to people who might be interested in seeing all the shiny cards and, you know, what they do and why we have them. Take these for right now. We don't have very many left. We're definitely getting there. Okay. So let's do these first because these are the most fun. So, in our quest to play Swordfish, we need to have swords. So, here I have one of each of one of the relevant equipments. There's Steel and Sinew. So with these, I also tried to mix up specifically like which versions I found. So some of them are signed, you know. Some of them are promos or, you know, masterpieces. It's Truth and Justice. And Fire and Ice is one of the ones that actually sees the most amount of play, so we have a really fancy one for that if we ever want to play this. So we get Feast and Famine. Another signed one. Somebody also did like a little doodle on the arm holding it. I think, yeah, like an outline of the sword itself. I think I found this one on eBay somewhere. Just figured it looked unique enough that it'd be cool to have that as one of the ones in my weird mismatched sword collection. Here's another signed one, War and Peace. So like, this is also a style of promo that they used to do, and I don't think they do it very often now. This is an old frame foil, so this is how old like the artifacts used to look like before they started doing like the modern style look for them. So every now and then they would do like promos like this where they did like current cards but in old border. So that's what that one is. So I think this Batterskull is like a GP promo. The GT, forget what the GT was for. I think it's another, yeah, it's another GP promo. Yeah, actually it says it in the text box here, so. The Batterskull and the GT are also very important. This is another one that like we actually played in the sideboard sometimes. Manriki Gisari, and the reason that we played this is because against Stoneforge Mystic, you could play Phantasmal Image and copy their Stoneforge Mystic and use it to search your deck for this. So when you search your deck for the Gisari, then you can equip it to one of your creatures and use it to blow up the equipment that they found with Stoneforge Mystic. So it was a way to like use your Phantasmal Image to effectively counter a Stoneforge Mystic by getting this card. It's not as good a plan now because we live in the age of fucking Plague Engineer, so we don't really want Image in our deck. But like that was some good old tech for a long time. And then this card, I don't anticipate using this one very much, but I figured, you know what, may as well have it. Sunforger, it has a very interesting effect on it, so maybe at some point in the future, if we were ever going to play like a Stoneforge Mystic deck, we might want this. So it lets you pay a red and a white to unattach it. You search your deck for a red or white instant card that costs 4 or less and play it without paying its mana cost. So you can build a pretty interesting toolbox of red and white spells. Can we get it to focus back here? There we go, better. Yeah, you could have it. You could have a pretty interesting toolbox effect with the Sunforger in your deck, along with side Stoneforge Mystic. So, figured, you know, have one just for the hell of it. Biden of Thassa. This is a card that I think saw like a little bit of play in Standard when it was Mono Blue Devotion. We don't really play it now at all, but it's from like that time. And kind of along a similar line, like this is a card that doesn't really see any play, but it's a really pretty card, and it has to do with islands, so I wanted to own it anyway because it's cool. So effectively, what it does, Quicksilver Fountain turns all the lands in play into islands. So it's a 3-mana artifact. So at the beginning of each player's upkeep, you put a flood counter on a non-island you control, and it becomes an island for as long as it has that counter on it. And at the end of each turn, if all lands in play are islands, and then you remove all the flood counters from them. So effectively, everything slowly becomes islands until they stop being islands, and then they start becoming islands again. So that, yeah, there's a way, like a combo with this and a Boro, where you can effectively just keep turning all your opponent's lands into islands forever, so they can just never cast spells. So it's kind of like an artifact Blood Moon. Here I have 2 copies of Ratchet Bomb. This is a card that's actually in Historic Anthology 3, I believe. It's a way to deal with a bunch of token nonsense, so not something I really want to play in Merfolk a lot. You can also play this against the Boggles deck, actually. So if you have a lot of Boggles in your meta, one way to go about beating them is playing Ratchet Bomb, because you can, if you put it on 1, you can blow up most of their relevant cards with it. Even if they have Totem Armor, it's going to kill like Ethereal Armor, like it'll kill off like all of their their Totem Armor stuff. It kills off like the Rancors and I'm trying to think, like, you know, most of the enchantments, like pretty much anything that's not Daybreak Coronet, which, and then if all the other auras fall off, then the Daybreak Coronet will fall off too. So Ratchet Bomb can like severely put the hurt on the Boggles player. Here is some Damping Spheres, which very cool card, relevant against you know, both Tron and Amulet. Another Grafdigger's Cage. The F&M Tormod's Crypt. Yeah, you can kind of see it has the F&M thing in the text box. So, I only have 1 of those, but eventually I'll probably pick up more of them. Same thing with this Pithing Needle. I only have 1 of these, but eventually I'll probably get more of them. Generally, though, we usually prefer Sorcerous Spyglass, just because Spyglass plays better with Chalice, which is also normally in the deck. Now, out of like any of the sideboard cards that we're looking at right now, this is probably one of the single most important ones that we ever have in our sideboard, and it basically never leaves the board either, because it's just too important. And that card is Relic of Progenitus. So 1, it is an absolutely gorgeous card, especially in foil, but it's also a pretty irreplaceably useful card. Relic of Progenitus is good against like a bunch of stuff like Death Shadow and Jund, but it's also good against like Dredge too, so and Storm. So it hits a pretty wide amount of the metagame, and I think at this point you should probably be bringing in at least 2 against like the Bant Uro decks as well, because you need something to break up the Mystic Sanctuary and Uro kind of chains that keep the game going. Yeah, like pretty much no Merfolk deck should have like less than 2 or 3 copies of this in the sideboard at any given point. Relic is just way too important, so yeah, these are really, really nice and one of my favorite cards. It's worth having nice versions of them. Alright, let's grab a few more cards out of here. We're almost done pulling these out of the binder, so once they're all out of here, then we can start finding homes for it in here now when they're all re-sleeved. We're getting close to the end for that part, so. Okay. Let's see. Here's more very expensive shiny cards. This one. these guys. Now we're starting to get into some of the enchantments. This guy's. Oh wow, we are actually okay. So we are all very close to. Only have like one more page of stuff to pull out here, so let's just grab it all right now. Yeah, this project has taken like quite a while because I think this is like. So what? The last one was like 4 hours long, so now we are almost 7 hours into this, but finally, like, we're getting close to the end. Yeah, so then we'll start the last phase of this, and then once we get this pile of stuff re-sleeved, and then show you how exactly I plan to go about keeping these organized for the foreseeable future. Now one last page here. So, okay, yeah, there's only a couple cards on this page. Good. Excellent. Now this binder is empty. It's what we want. So then the last, we just unsleeve these guys. And then, yeah, the last copy of this asshole. Okay. Alright, so, let's see. I think like 3 Okos was like the first thing that we actually sleeved here yesterday. Or no, not yesterday, the last stream that we did, so. This is pre-release foil number 4 that finishes off that set. We have 2 copies of the Royal Scions, which if you're going to play Is It Merfolk, I think this card is very good in it. So I opened up one of these in a draft, and then I decided, fuck it, since I already opened one and I wanted to have at least 2 copies, I just bought a second one that matches it. Very pretty card. I like it a lot. Like I said, if you're going to play Is It, 2 copies of that is very good in the Is It Merfolk list. Here, Shaper Sanctuary. So, Shaper Sanctuary is a great card against Jund. Because it effectively means that it's hard for them to out-removal you. They have to like waste like an Assassin's Trophy on this thing, because if they keep killing off all of your Merfolk, they're just going to replace them with new cards. So eventually you can grind them out of removal that way. Okay, so then the next one here we have a Seize Claim. So we can see our Seize Claims. So, yep. If we want to go on the mana denial route, Seize Claim is, you know, the card that you want to pair alongside Spreading Seas to help do that. And speaking of Spreading Seas, we have those right here. Good old turn something into an island, draw a card, core card staple to the deck. So Very important to have them. Leyline of the Void. This is something we don't really play in Merfolk very often. Like, if you're playing this card, it's because like graveyard decks have gotten very out of control for the most part. So, like during the Hogak metagame, that's probably like the time when you consider doing something like this. And even then, like Leyline only does so much. So you have to mulligan aggressively to it, and if you don't find it, you're screwed. And then even then, sometimes Force of Vigor can blow it out. But so you can see 4 pre-release copies. You know, if you're gonna have them, you may as well have nice ones. Sometimes in Legacy, like, you can play them. They're okay against certain decks, like Knight of the Reliquary base decks, or Life from the Loam decks, Hogak, you know, that sort of thing. So here, this is the promo Search for Azcanta. So if you see on the back here, it has the treasure map Azcanta, the Sunken Ruin. This isn't really a Merfolk card, but this is a blue promo I have that I just like keeping with the rest of these, because why not? It's pretty. We'll keep it in this binder with them. We don't really have a bunch of non-creature spells for the most part to be digging with Azcanta, so it's really for more like if you're going to play like a control deck. 2 copies of Back to Basics. So normally when like Astrolabe is not a thing in Legacy, this is a good way to punish the 3 and 4 color decks. Unfortunately, they're playing 3 and 4 color decks with like basic lands because of Astrolabe right now, so that kind of undermines it. It sucks. Astrolabe needs to get banned in Legacy. Like the card is just terrible. Threads of Disloyalty. This was like old tech against like Tarmogoyfs. Now that we have like Merfolk Tricksters and stuff, we don't need this as much. It's not nearly as good as it used to be. This Deeproot Waters was actually a pretty reasonable card when the deck was in Standard. I don't know if we really want to play this in Modern at all, but I mean, it makes hexproof tokens, which is not irrelevant. Like, hexproof dodging spot removal is certainly something to be, you know, or it's something to consider, but probably it's more historic playable than anything else right now. It might be a reasonable sideboard card in historic at some point. Here we have Witching Well, which these are mostly for mono blue Devotion and Pioneer. They, you know, scry 2, then pay 4 mana, draw 2 at some point. They shine very well. Like, they're very shiny cards. And I think I was really one of the first people to like that started jamming Witching Well and mono blue Devotion. So, I mean, even today now, it still sees some play in that deck. So people come around in that card; they like it. But Witching Well is just one of those cards I tried in Devotion at one point because, like I said, you just don't be afraid to try things. Just see if it works. I wanted to see if it was a one-drop that was going to help us at all, and so I found out, you know what, the card's actually playable in the deck. So depending upon how you want to construct your deck, like it can be really good. So there you have Smuggler's Copter. We don't really see this played a whole lot right now. This is really, it's okay like when there's a bunch of grindy stuff, but it's a lot weaker now than it used to be. Stuff like Collector Oath like turns it off pretty easily. And there's also, you know, more things like what is it, Icefang Coatl that can Death Touch block it with Flash, so it's, you know, I don't know, like, we don't really need to, we want to be playing faster games, not like slower grindy games for the most part, so we don't really play Copter much now. And it's banned in Pioneer, so like it doesn't see any play there anymore. It's Cloudstone Curios. Just if you want to play like the Wit Sniper combo, like you can do it with this. And here, if you don't own Damping Matrices, this is another card like Nimble Obstructionist. Go buy Damping Matrices, because right now I believe these are still relatively cheap, and they have a very powerful and unique effect on them that you should definitely be interested in. Damping Matrix turns off artifacts and the abilities of creatures, so this is very powerful against something like the Devoted Devastation deck. Yeah, because their entire deck is like a Zerta deck, so this is effectively just turning their entire deck into a bunch of gray ogres. And it's also reasonably good against like if you have to go up against Hardened Scales Affinity, like if you're playing mono blue, like that can be fine. I mean, really, Collector Oath is the one we want against them, but you know, any port in the storm, I guess. And then finally, the last one we have here, and then this kind of bothers me because I thought I had 3 of these, but I guess I don't know what happened to the other one. Null Rod. Yeah, you know what? When I was saying like Collector Oath is Null Rodney, it's because of this. The Null Rod is literally just Collector Oath as an artifact. It's a reserved-less card, so it's a little bit on the expensive side. I think it's like $20 some last time I checked. I don't know what it is now, but all right. Let's grab these. Separate all this stuff out here. So now we finally have this entire toolbox sleeved up. So what are we going to do with it now? Huh? That's a good question. Well, I actually have a plan for that, and I'll show it to you in a minute here, as soon as I get done spilling my piles of cards everywhere. Just need these to like not fall over. So get in here. Oh God, no, 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 no! Please don't fall. All right. Okay, so that's those. This was all the lands and the pile of creatures. Okay, so these here. I have created stacks of cards that look like this. So they're cut up note cards, and each one of them has a name of a card on it. There's a group for spells, the non-creature permanents, lands, and here's the one for creatures. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to take this binder, move these a little bit, and in here I will be sliding these cards in here to indicate how many slots each one of these cards represents that has to go into this binder. So in this binder, I'm going to put lands and creatures in here, and so I'm going to start with the lands. So let me pull these out of this box. These, our extra sleeves that can go back in this package. So I gotta organize this stuff a little bit. This. So, where can I put this right now? Here. So what's going to happen is I'm going to count out how many slots are dedicated to each card. It's going into this page, and the note card is going to go in there to indicate that. So, what do I want to do basic lands though? That's a good question. I guess I have what? How many of these basics? And oh, come on, don't do that. 15, so there's 20 of these. And how many of these ones do I have? 5, 10, 18 of these islands. So it's 38 of them across 12 slots here. Okay, so I guess what I'm going to do, because they're probably not going to stay in here for like a super long amount of time, so I'll put 3 in each one. I'm just gonna, yeah, to make it easy, like the last page is just gonna be all basic lands. Yeah, because depending on what format I'm gonna play, I will depend upon what basic land I like to use. Alright, so then these will go in like this. There we go. Now, here, so the creatures are going to go in the front of this binder, and then the lands are going to go in the back of this one, and then the spells and non-creature permanents are going to go in the other binder. So here we need our waterlogged groves. So we're going to say we have 4 waterlogged groves, so this is going to go here. So that way, if I pull out any number of them, I know how many slots should be taken up in this binder by waterlogged groves. And then they'll go in like that. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it, but like, yeah, now there's all in the bottom thing. So if I pull any number of them out, I just have to start from right to left, so that way when I pull them out, I'll see, okay, that's how many slots there should be for them. So, I guess I guess I should put the fiery islets next to them, right? So I have cards for each one of these. Here we go. So I should try to organize them at least somewhat. Like, it's not that, the order of these in here doesn't matter, because like I said, I'll be able to see the names of the cards, and I have them in an Excel sheet, so I know how many I have to find. Like, I can just look in here to find them when I need them. But so what'll happen is fiery islet goes here, and then And I can just see 1, 2, 3. And then, like I said, if I pull one of these out of here for a deck or something, or like I pull, say, like 2 of them out for a deck, I'll see, okay, well, this is where the card is, so it means I should have 4 copies. Where if I only had like 3 copies, then I'm just going to put it here, and then I know this is actually for something else. But since I have 4 copies, then this one's going to go here, so that way it'll be marked for that. There we go. Perfect. So, let's see what else. Guess the botanical sanctums go together somewhere. Actually, I should put like all of the should put all like these lands together. I guess I should, let me go and find all those ones. There's Seachromes, Dark Slicks, and Spire Bluffs. Let me find my appropriate cards that match them. Spire Bluff, Dark Slick. So I mean, it's got to be here somewhere. So yeah, like I said, I have botanical, and then I need to find Seachrome in here. Hinterland. Where the hell is Seachrome Coast? So like, this part might be like a little bit boring, so like at least when I was like sleeving up everything, we could like look at the cards and talk about them. Like now we've kind of seen everything, so now this is the part where now we're just taking everything and trying to find a proper home for it. Anyway, I know I have one for it because it's on my list. Here it is, Seachrome. Alright, beautiful. So let's do these. But I figured with this organizational system, I should be able to keep track of where everything is, and even if I pull it out for a deck, like I still know how many copies I own just by looking at the binder. So that was the intention with this. And then they also have a dedicated space in the binder, so when I'm done using them, they can go back in here. Dark Slick. Seachrome and Dark Slick are probably seeing more play right now than most of the other ones. It's because a lot of people want to be playing Luris in their deck, so. There you go. See, and now this looks great. And this is what it ends up looking like when they're all in here. So we'll just continue going along here. So now, what do I want to put in next? I guess I can do dual lands, shock lands, fetches. Tundra, yep. think it's good. So let's find the appropriate cards for these guys. I miss, no, hold on, I think I missed a breeding pool somewhere. So you know what, I don't know if I own a 4th breeding pool shock. That might be why. Yeah, I'm thinking I actually don't have a 4th one, which is good to know because I probably need to own a 4th one. Yeah, and this is helpful in that regard because then if I want, even if I want to leave space in the binder to get a 4th one at some point, I can easily do that. Let's see where. So Tundra, we need that one. Steam vents, watery grave, hollowed fountain. Yeah, so this is the Tundra is one I actually got because I was considering like putting together Stoneblade for Legacy at some point, but I don't know. Sometimes I just pick stuff up. Also, if I ever want to play like Stoneforge Mystic in my Legacy Fishies deck, then I need the Tundra for it. So I just sometimes get things just in case I want to, try stuff like that. Here we go, Tropical Island. So like, yeah, now that I have everything like kind of inventoried and sleeved up, now I can like find adequate homes to put these all in the binder. So, how are you doing, Dan? What's going on? Yeah, I'm finally making like actual progress in this. These tropical islands in here. My one Tundra goes over here. Okay, so then let's see here. 2 steam vent, so 2 and 2, we'll do it like this. Which I don't know, eventually I should replace these with expeditions, but I have these for right now, and I don't even use them very often, so it's not that big a concern. As long as I have at least one of each one, I'm happy. Yeah, here they can put these. So, yeah, only one of my breeding pools is actually signed, which kind of bothers me. Like, I would like to have them all signed, but I guess I can live without them all being signed. Do I think Legacy is gonna make it? Contemplating putting together Legacy Fish, but they just cut all the support. So here's the thing, like, you have to understand, like, I've been playing Legacy for a very long time, alright? Legacy is my favorite format. I think it has the most things going for it, and it has a lot of community support. So no matter how much, people rail against Legacy and they like take away support for it, you cannot kill the fact, like, there's too many players that are heavily invested into it and really love it as a format. I don't think you can just like take it away. So I wouldn't be like too concerned, like, especially online. Like, you can play Legacy whenever the hell you want on MTGO, but if you want to play paper events, there's always going to be large like Legacy paper events to play, because we even saw, like, right before Corona stuff hit, there were a ton of events that were being planned for Legacy in lieu of Star City Games having it. Like, Bearded Dragon was gonna, they were doing like one. There was like this Terra Eternal one. There was like the 20K one that was gonna happen, like I think it was in Missouri or somewhere. The only reason they're not happening now is because of coronavirus. So now I think Legacy will survive even if it doesn't have like institutional support, because the community of people that like Legacy is actually surprisingly large. Like, and honestly, a lot of people who play Legacy, just I would say the majority of people that I see that play it don't care about like proxies or things like that. They just want to be able to play with their pretty cards. And I mean, I'm definitely one of those people. So, like, I would say that if you want to, especially if you have like a local legacy scene, if you have people in your area that enjoy playing the format, like absolutely, like I would be fine buying into it. Like people love it. It's not gonna go away. Even if Wizards wants it to go away, it can't because there's too many people that care about it. It'll find a way to survive one way or another. Yeah, you play at 93, 94. Yeah, I know a lot of people that are also like big legacy players that are also like 93, 94 players. So like, I totally get that. It's yeah, not and it is similar to that, but I think that legacy has a even wider appeal than 93, 94 does. So it's yeah, like I said, I don't see it ever going anywhere. So if you want to like play fishies in legacy, I think you're absolutely fine to do that. I need 2 more cards here. What are the other 2 I want to put next to this? I'll figure it out in a second here. Like, yeah, I'm actually surprised by the amount of like community support 93, 94 gets. Like, it seems like a lot of fun. Like, I've had people try to get me into it. The problem is, like, I don't know, I really like playing with foil cards, and like 93, 94 is exclusively a format where like foils are not a thing, so kind of like goes against, you know, my raise in Death. But you know, that's fine. Like, it, yeah. I not have. I thought I had another one of these somewhere. Oh, there. No, it's right there. Okay, so I do have 2 Castle Vantresses. So I guess I can put these together, right? Trying to think how I want to organize things in this binder. All right. Oh yeah, no, yeah, they are very picky about the art. So like, yeah, like I said, I know a ton of people that play it, and it's like, no, you're 100% right. Like they care very deeply about it, and you know, and I think it's like really cool that they do too. Actually, I do want this here. I mean, if you have the cards, like, I am always happy to see when people want to play with their Magic cards. So like, I think for me though, like, there's a limit where I don't want to shuffle my $5,000 Black Lotus in a deck like that, because I only own like one of them. So I don't. If something happened to it, like, I'd be very torn up about it. But no, I know plenty of people that just like, they have no problem. Like, they'll just like triple sleeve their deck and like, okay, we're gonna play with some Moxes and some, you know, Lotus or whatever. Play some 93, 94, and like, I think it's pretty cool. Like, I like the idea that stuff like that has enough community support to exist. The one that I had actually looked at for a while was 94, 95 Magic, which is similar, but it has like a much lower like buy-in cost to it. So you still get that like feeling of nostalgic old play, but it doesn't. Yeah, there's not like this ridiculous like you need to spend thousands of dollars to have a deck in 94, 95. Like, the most expensive card that like I would need to play in my deck is like Force of Will, and it's like I already own Judge foils of them if I really want to play. So yeah, no, I know that like those kind of community formats are great, and like Legacy is like even stronger than those, I think. So I wouldn't be concerned about it. Legacy has a future. It just naturally like has some of the better gameplay to it. Like, it's more fun to get to play with cards like Brainstorm and Lion's Eye Diamond. So I don't see it going anywhere. I just hope that they ban Astrolabe in Legacy. Like, that card needs to go. That is a problem card. I think Necropotence is banned, if I remember correctly. There's a very small ban list for it, but I believe Necropotence is one of the cards they did ban for it. Because, yeah, that Necropotence is one of the most absurd Magic cards that was ever printed. I mean, it's sort of excusable at the time because they didn't have, like, you know, the decades of experience that they have now. But, like, Jesus Christ, like, it has been, like, a really long time since we've seen, like, you know, Necropotence levels of just dumb design. But I mean, still, Necropotence is a fun card to play with. Like, it does like really powerful broken things, but it's also a fun card. Which I would contrast as to something like, say, Teferi, like Time Raveler. It's like, Teferi Time Raveler is a powerful card, but it's not necessarily broken, and it's definitely not fun to play with. Or at least not fun to play against, I'd say. So, you can have powerful cards that are fun, and you can have powerful cards that are not fun. Yes, no, you know what, that is 100% correct. So mana in general is becoming less and less relevant to the game. That is 1000% the problem. You know, it's because they keep printing stuff like Growth Spiral and Uro that effectively cut out the mid game. Your like ramping cards are now also kind of like win conditions for your deck. Like, why would you bother playing like a big fancy win con when you can just play Uro enough times until Uro just wins you the game? It's insane. Just absolutely bonkers. So, I mean, like, there's no mid-range plan that's going to outgrind and casting Uro 17 times over the course of one game. Yeah, that's just... Oh, Magic, what have they done to you? How could they? My precious baby boy. Okay, no, I'm here. I will answer anything I can, I promise. I'll at least try. Spreading seas. Okay, sure. I love spreading seas. Let's. So, what would you like to know about spreading seas? Do you have a specific question about spreading seas? So what do I want to put here? What's the tectonic edges? I guess I'll say this, like, Merfolk doesn't play Spreading Seas as much as it used to. Like, even like the Simic list usually only play like 2 copies of it now. More or less. Alright, so here we go. Aside from the Tron matchup, is there a reason we're not running Aquatex Will instead? Let's be honest, we're not keeping anyone off mana in an Astrolabe Brennan 6 Uro and Dryad World. So yes, this is actually about what I was going to say. So there's a reason that like Simic Merfolk only really plays like 2 copies of Spreading Seas, and the reason, well, first of all, the reason that we are playing Spreading Seas is specifically because of Tron. Because you need some way to disrupt Tron from getting 7 mana in turn 3, and Spreading Seas is like the best way to do that. Also, Spreading Seas sometimes like it's harder to do with like because of Wrenn and 6, but like still sometimes it can like color screw people. So that's not irrelevant. You do occasionally win a game because of the color screw, but normally, like I said, the Simic list only really wants to play 2 Spreading Seas, and they're more for like alpha striking purposes, and then 2 in the sideboard just for like Tron specifically. Other than that, like, yeah, Spreading Seas is not nearly as good as it used to be. So that's there. It is harder to mana screw people. So like, generally the better plan is to just try to win the game, right? So we just play like more Lord effects in the deck and to try to push through that way instead of trying to push through with Spreading Seas. So yeah, there. What was I gonna say? Like, the one thing that you also don't want to necessarily do is mana fix your opponent as well. So if you end up going against something like blue-white control, you don't really want to turn like their Field of Ruin into like, or like their plains into like a blue-white land or like a colorless blue land. So, I mean, if they have a blue-white land, then I guess it's okay to do that, but I don't know. In general, like, Spreading Seas is really about Tron. Like, if it wasn't for Tron, like, we probably, I don't know how many we might even play. We might not play any at all, to be honest. In that case, we might just play more threats in those slots. I mean, it's a little bit better when you also have Master Waves on the side, I guess. But I think, yeah, like, you still keep it in against, like, you know, the Jund deck, so that way, you know, Spreading Seas, you know, eventually, like, curving into Master Waves means you get more than 1 token at that point, even if they keep clearing the board. And I mean, we've been seeing Master Waves come back a little bit in the sideboard because of the red deck, so even in an Engineer world, it seems like we still want some Master Waves, maybe just not in the main deck, so. So can we extend that line of logic to Path to Exile as well? So you're a blue-white fish fan and you don't understand the hate path. Some creatures just don't. They need to be exiled in sight. You know, I actually kind of agree with you on that. So part of the problem is that for a very long, like, if you're trying to play Curse Catcher in your list, Path to Exile is really, really poor. But in a world where, like, we're already, like, Uro is, yeah, it kind of, like, is already going to get them an extra land anyway. So being able to path Uro probably is better. I do kind of agree with that. So, yeah, yeah, I don't think we want Curse Catcher now. Like, the hate against Path to Exile, I think, comes from a time when, like, Curse Catcher was, like, really the thing that we were leaning on a lot. But now that we have, like, Kumena Speaker and Benthic Biomancer, like, I think Path is better now. I mean, yeah, the truth is, like, because of stuff like Uro, they're going to continue to ramp up anyway, so, like, giving them an extra land is not nearly as big a deal as it used to be. I honestly think that it probably is a good time to be playing Path to Exile. Card's fine. Like, you don't... Yeah. Just keeping Uro from coming back is probably worth more than anything else at the moment. So here we go. So I think that's the last of the lands here. So good. So now, so the lands, you know, are all sorted out here. Now I have an accurate count of how many are in the binder for each one of these pages. So now we start from the front and we're going to put all the creatures in here. So we need a stack of cards for creatures. Oh my god, there's so many creatures in this thing. Okay, so how do I want to go about doing this? I guess we'll start with the 1-drops first. At least as many as I can find. Path keeps Luris decks in check to a degree. Yeah, like, so okay, so yes and no, it does. If you Path Luris, like, they're already going to get a 2-for-1 off Luris, like, so, and plus the card that you have to use to remove it, like, Luris is just fucking insane. Like, that card needs to not be legal in Modern right now, but I mean, at minimum, at least if you Path Luris, like, then you have some hope of trying to outgrind them, I guess. Because they're not going to be able to get it back with, like, Kolaghan's Command or anything like that in the future. And that does seem to be one of the things that, like, some of the Luris decks do, is they want to play, you know, Luris, and then if you kill it with, like, Bolt or Fatal Push, like, you know, some way to get it back. Oh, yeah, no, Luris is going to get banned. The problem is like, how long is it going to take for that to happen? And honestly, it should have been done already, and I have no understanding of why they... Well, okay, that's not true. I know why they didn't do it yet. It's just, it's disgusting to me that they haven't done it yet, so... It is inexcusable. It should have been banned already, but this is where we find ourselves at the moment. I think the thing that's most likely to happen is the rule for companion is going to get changed, and then then there's a chance that even after changing the companion rule, Luris might still get banned after that. Yeah, I think that the pack sales probably have a bunch to do with it, and I think it's a really short-sighted thing, and like, honestly, like, how much money do you think that not, like, banning the new cards is really making you? It seemed pretty ridiculous to me to, like, use that, but I honestly think that probably is the real reason. It's terrifying. Like, the amount of cognitive dissonance that goes into this idea of, like, oh, well, you know, people are going to be more inclined to buy packs of cards, you know, and play this stupid, you know, broken metagame, and in a world where we've just, like, destroyed everything instead of actually banning the necessary cards. Like, I think more likely is that people are just not going to play the game at all until something happens, and I don't think that Wizards realizes that. Because Magic players like to, like, okay, so yeah, I'm definitely one of them. Magic players love to complain about things, but, like, I think that because people have complained about different things for so long, and I would even say not, like, there's good reason to have bitched about things. The problem is, like, because people have complained for so long in the past, like, Wizards just doesn't take it seriously anymore, and I don't think they truly understand the gravity of the fuck up that Companion is. I honestly think Companion is probably more like the single most broken thing that has ever been done to the game. Like, we are seriously at, like, combo winter levels of fucked up right now. If you look at the win rates for the Companion decks versus the non-Companion decks, it is absolutely horrifying. And yeah, I don't know how long it's going to take them to realize this and then do something about it. My guess is it's going to be a few months at least. But yeah, like, their short-term, you know, profit versus their long-term player retention, I think, is something that they have just not really factored into this consideration, because they think that players are going to stick around and just, like, you know, continue to buy stuff forever from them, and this is really gonna, like, you know, push the limit on that. I have seen, like, on Reddit, like, so many people, like, say they're just, like, not gonna play Magic anymore until Companion is gone. So I don't see how this is helping them. Like, and even when these stores open up, like, who the fuck is gonna want to go play F&M in, like, Companion dominated formats? Like, in a world where you might already get sick and die from going to play Magic at a physical location, is the companion metagame the one that you want to go and risk your life playing for? Like, how does that make sense to anybody? Like, that's insane. There's no way that it's not going to happen. So, let's see. Say, I agree. I think they have a damned if we do, damned if we don't attitude. People complained about Ixalan for being underwhelming, but then complained about War for being too pushed. Like, yeah, no, that's definitely fair. I mean, like I said, people like to complain about stuff, and I think there can be happy mediums in between those two things. And you know what? You're not always going to hit that happy medium, but at some point, like, and this was something I was reading an article from Patrick Sullivan, I think earlier today. He wrote, like, I think he wrote it like a week ago or something like that. But I was just reading it today, and it's just, you're really underselling the gravity of the fuck ups that like have been happening in the past year. Like, sure, like at some, how do I like put this? People are like complain about everything, but at some point, like, you have to kind of take responsibility and say, you know what, we just suck at our jobs. If we design something like Oko or Once Upon a Time or fucking like Teferi Time Raveler or just like what the fuck Hogak or a companion, like, these are cards that like pretty much anybody looking at them for like for more than like 30 seconds, if you've ever played this game before, you should immediately understand, oh, this is not going to be good for this game. So it's not like they're close mistakes. Like, they are screw ups on a ridiculously large magnitude. And I don't get how, like, you can't excuse that, because that's not just like missing the mark, that's being ridiculously incompetent at your job. So like when people are complaining because of something where you missed the mark, like say you missed the mark on Ixalan not being quite strong enough to be like, you know, interesting enough to people, like, okay, you know what, that's fine, that's excusable, like, just do better next time. But like, you can't use that same argument to say like, oh, you know what, we thought giving something Delve and Convoke and Trample and making it an 8/8 that you can effectively cast for 2 mana in a set where we also put a combo piece with it, like, or, you know, we created like one of the most powerful free cantrips of all time, like in Once Upon a Time, or we're gonna, you know, print fucking Oko, which is literally going to like go for the quintuple crown on challenges and shit, where it almost like it took like first place in like 4 out of the 5 format challenges for that weekend, and it also made the top 4 of the other one. Like, you can't make a mistake like that and then say, you know what, oopsie, like, that was close. Like, no, the only reason that a mistake like that happens is because you very specifically go out of your way to push the cards way past the point of reasonable. And like, and Companion is like that, but even further beyond that. Like, they literally had an article written about why it was not a good idea to make the companion mechanic, and it wasn't even the good version of the companion mechanic. It was like a worse version of it. So what do? They print a stronger one, and like, huh, you already knew this was a bad idea, and then you did it anyway. So like, this isn't just people complaining. This is like, you knew that you fucked up the second that you printed it. Like, because you, like, Wizards themselves have the fucking article written that like tells them exactly why they shouldn't have ever done it. Yeah, and like, not putting Counterspell in Modern Horizons, like, again, like, it makes you question, like, have they ever played Modern? Like, or did they play the game that they designed the cards for? Because if they don't, then maybe that's a problem. Maybe they should have to actually play the game every now and then in order to understand like how to design the cards. It's just, there's not really a nice way to put it, except like, I wish that I could be that bad at my job and then still get a paycheck at the end of the week. It's not missing the mark by inches, it's missing the mark by like fucking miles. Okay, well that's also something that we should also bring up. So I don't know. I don't have like a lot of like inside information on this or anything, but I will say like at one point in my life I was interested in potentially working Wizards of the Coast. So just as like an idea, I was just curious to see what would that reality look like. So I went around and I actually was reading like, I was trying to read up on the corporate culture of what it's like to work at Wizards, and to be perfectly honest, I was less than impressed with what I found from about it. It's not really like a good work environment from what I had seen, and it's not the kind of place that I actually would want to work at after hearing about it. And everything that I've ever heard or seen since then has suggested that what I've seen is not like it's not like people being salty that they don't work there anymore. It really does seem to be the case that like the environment is kind of how you're describing it, where it's like a fucking boss saying, "I don't care, just do it," and not really caring about the consequences of what's happening. So, and I mean, yeah, like what do you think is going to happen when you just like put people in that environment? Like you're just setting yourself up for failure, and like then yeah, you can't be surprised when failure inevitably finds you. So yeah, like definitely like their own like corporate structure like is not helping their cause in this regard either. Like there's a lot of blame shifting and like passing the buck, on the other people and not taking responsibility for everything. Like it's just yeah, it's just doomed. Um So I actually live in Pennsylvania, but I mean, look, if I found like the right thing that I wanted to do, like moving is not out of the question for me. If it's something that I truly wanted to do, then like, that's something I'd think about. But definitely not after like some of the shit that I've seen and heard about it. Like I don't that's not the kind of environment that I want to work in, so and like I said, I don't think that it helps their design process to if assuming that it's similar to like the other areas that I've like heard about, like it probably has some effect on why things are the way they are, but again, like it's like you can't really blame anyone else for that. Like it's your own company's fault that that's like that. It doesn't need to be that way. You choose to make it that way, so. Yeah, I mean like okay, so if you want to design cards, so okay, there actually is like a charity event that they've been doing where you can like donate money for a chance to like actually go and get to design some cards, and I actually threw some money towards that myself because one, it was like for a decent charity. I forget exactly which one it was, but like whatever, that's fine. It's money that goes to charity. But two, I also really, really would love to be able to design a good card for Merfolk, so I did actually. I put $50 towards it, and if for some by some miracle I were to win, like I'm definitely designing a Merfolk card. So that's on my list of shit to hopefully accomplish at some point in my life. I would love to be able to design a fishy card. So there's a couple designs that I'd have in mind. One of them is the one that the community refers to as Tux Fish, which is named after Tux Dev. It is a seal of removal on a 1-drop. So a 1/1 Merfolk for 1 blue that says sacrifice this creature, return target creature to its owner's hand. I mean, if we could get return target permanent, that would be even better. But I expect that it probably is just like an unsummon on a stick. Like I would love to have something like that. So another one, what was I gonna Cod. I think I showed him off earlier. If we could get something like Cod actually printed in black border, that would be fantastic. Where it would be a card that could maybe replace Spreading Seas in the deck by giving us Island Walk that way, while also being on a creature. Um, There's also like a Drog Skull Captain, except for Merfolk, would also be great. So a Lord for 3 mana that gives all Merfolk +1/+1 and hexproof. I think that would be fantastic. I would love to play something like that. What do I want to put here? Alright, I guess I'll keep all the fishies together, so I'll put the Mistcloaked Herald here. And I probably want to get more of these in the future, but I'll leave the 2 slots here open. Spell Queller would be, that's like fine. But no, the reason is like I want a Merfolk that gives other Merfolk hexproof, so that way we can like have some tricksy things with that. So like you can vial it in response to like say a Fatal Push to save your creatures. Or, you know, if you have 2 of them in play, like, you just invalidate removal. Yeah, but, like, a Merfolk Spell Queller would also be kind of cool. I'd be down for that. Like, so, I think there's a ton of cards that we could design for this deck that are not, like, broken by any means, but would definitely be, like, good enough to see play. Maybe also like a land, so something like a Mutavault, like for Merfolk specifically. So a land that like taps for blue mana, but also like becomes like a Merfolk when you animate it. That would be kind of neat. You can give it like the Wonderwine hub clause on it, where you know you have to reveal a Merfolk or it comes into play tapped. To keep it fair. Even just like a green Wonderwine hub, so something that like you know, Wonderwine hub that you know you have to reveal a Merfolk and it taps for blue or green, something like that would be good. I think yeah, there's a ton of cards that you could design that would be good. So. Alright, so I think we're ready to start with 2 drops here. Alright, so you think the format needs Stifle more than anything else, though? Except maybe Pithing Needle for triggered abilities. I mean, part of the problem, though, is that Stifle by itself is actually not as good as you would think it is. Like, it might also make things worse, too, because imagine, like, somebody plays Uro, and then they stifle the ability that makes them have to sacrifice it. So, like, all of a sudden they have like Uro in turn 3, then they put an island into play off its first triggered ability, and then they use that island to stifle the second one. So now in turn 3 they've just like they're up to 4 mana, they gain 3 life, and they have the 6/6 in play. Like that seems dumb. So you kind of have to be mindful of unintended consequences like that. Alright, I guess let's put Silvergill and Harbinger here. Actually, I could put... We'll put these 2. Okay, we'll do it like this. I think honestly the thing that Modern would really benefit from is like Force of Will, because decks like Devoted Devastation can just totally dodge like having to actually worry about counter magic because their combo is all creature based. So Force of Negation was definitely like a step in the right direction, but I think we should do better than that. I think we should have actual Force of Will in Modern. And I would also like to see Wasteland, and also like not like Wasteland exactly for Modern. I think like Wasteland like that you'd have to pay 1 mana for. So something like Tectonic Edge without the restriction of them having 4 or more lands in play. I think that would help a little bit to try to keep the mana bases like more sane. But then you have the same problem where like you need some way to deal with like Astrolabe and Veil of Summer, because those cards undermine all the important police cards. My vision of Modern and Legacy are actually kind of similar. If I could run Counterspell, would I run it over Force of Negation? Probably not over Force of Negation. I would run it alongside it, the same way that we play both Deprive and Force of Negation together. The only thing that would like really be interesting is which one do you play in the main deck and which one do you play in the sideboard. Because Counterspell is going to be more relevant against like more decks probably in the main deck. So whereas like Force of Negation is better probably like against it, like decks like say Tron or Control, so or just like combo decks. So 3-2 splits also possible. That's certainly one way to go with it. I don't think I would just be all one or the other for though. I would definitely be considering splitting them up somehow. End game, yeah. So finally, like, you know, on the final segment of this organization project, so I have everything re-sleeved and organized now. I'm just trying to put it in the binder in the order that I want it. We get Lords. So yeah, I created this little system here that so now I can tell how many copies I have of a given card, and I know, so even if I, like, say, if I take out the Lords here, I can see, okay, well, I'm supposed to have at least 4 Lords that normally go in this spot. So that way I know how many of each of these cards I own, even if they're pulled out for decks. But I had to order a second binder because they did not all fit in one binder, so... Yeah, I love the Judge Lords. See, these look like so pretty together. Like these were meant to be. Trying to figure out how can I move this back any further without hitting anything. Yeah, it's probably about as far back as this is gonna go. But no, we're getting there. We're almost done with this project finally. It took way more time than I realized it was gonna take, but it's necessary. What else? I actually do have some of the GP Mutavaults. They're sitting right here. Let's see, where did I put them? If you're close by to me somewhere, I know because I just. Oh yeah, I know where they're in this one. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. That's the one. Come on, can I get this to focus on this thing? There we go. Yeah, you can see it. I picked up 2 of these in a random trade, so I just have 2 extra Mutavaults now. Yeah, this is a very fine looking Mutavault. But you know me, I have to have like the really, really, really cool ones. Invasion Island 337, huh? I'll show you. I'll show you my island in a second. Let me put these images in here. So these are the two that I use here. So I'll pull one out of each. So for Pioneer, for the devotion list, I used this fancy one. And then for Modern and Legacy, like the one that I really like is this one. It's just shiny, like it shines very well. Unfortunately, because Wizards of the Coast doesn't want to fucking ban Arkham's Astrolabe, I can't realistically play this one anymore. What I'm gonna have to end up doing is fucking buying more of this piece of shit islands. Like, snow-covered island, this is like the fucking worst island ever. The fact that like Astrolabe exists means we are forced to play these in order to play optimally, and I hate everything about this. Like, Astrolabe has just invalidated, like, basically, 25 plus years of ridiculously beautiful islands. That is unacceptable. Let me bring up the one that you were talking about, though. I'm curious to see what that looks like. You guys get in here. So let me see. Invasion, is it 337? You know what? That is a very pretty island. I like that one for sure. And then the other one was the Guru Islands, right? Well, so we'll pull that art for that one too. Let's see, open. Yeah. So there's actually a really funny misprint with this. Let me see if I can find it. So like, see how like this is like the symbol for the Guru land. It's like a little eyeball kind of. Apparently there is a misprint though, where this thing is like upside down and placed in the water. So yeah, you can see it in this one. Yeah. Damn it, I want to open this up in a new tab. God damn it, no. Whatever. See how like the symbol, like it's missing over here. So it's like upside down and all the way on the other side of the card here. So now this is like the Drowning Man Guru Island, which is like ridiculously fucking expensive because it's a misprint of a very rare and expensive land in the first place. Yeah, it looks like a guy that's in the water drowning here, so it's hilarious. So let's pull this back up. Yeah, I mean the Guru Islands are really pretty for sure. I like straighten this up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Where'd my stack of cards go? Oh, here we go. Yeah, the foils are ridiculously expensive, and like the misprints of those foils are just like astronomically expensive. So. But it's funny. It's one of my favorite misprints, though. It's a happy little accident. goes over here. Trying to keep them mostly together by color and converted mana cost, even though they probably won't stay that way forever. Okay. Let's see. So, Briny boy, you're on the next on the list. Not sprites. Pure sights, drakes, more sprites. Do I play any other decks on historic? I've thought about it actually. I've been looking at like the cost. I've been looking at like what a spirits deck might look like in historic. I don't have, you know, like all of the stuff to build it, unfortunately, so I'd have to spend probably a significant amount of money if I wanted to. But I'm definitely open to the idea of playing other decks. I've also thought about goblins. Like, that deck looks like it's probably a lot of fun in there too. And oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. I worked pretty hard on trying to deconstruct the nonsense of like how much the true cost of Arena, because look, let's be real. Like we know that like people like to sell MTG Arena on being a free to play program, and like it only sort of is, and it's one of my pet peeves. Like, don't try to pass free to play nonsense off as anything more than what it is. Like, being free to play is not the same thing as being like free to actually like play legitimately. Like if you're gonna play, that you have to understand you're not gonna be able to play with like real decks for at least a few months, unless you want to spend the money on doing it. So what does my list look like after a Luris ban? Probably you go back to playing like a Simic kind of list. I think like Simic generally is fine, but I mean, who knows? Maybe it depends on how the meta shakes out afterwards. There's a lot of variables that could change. Like maybe like a different splash. Like is it Merfolk might be a thing. Maybe even still playing Blue Whitefish. Like it could turn out like some cards like Unsettled Mariner might still be really good, and so you know, so that's possible. There's just it's hard to know because we have to see what's going to happen with companions first, and like we also have to see whether things are also going to break even further after the next set comes out. So I try not to think about that stuff like too far in advance, because for the most part it's just really not worth putting the brain power into it. You might end up like, you know, stressing out over something that just ends up not mattering whatsoever. So I just, you know, like I said, I try not to concern myself too much in that regard. Teferi is not the best planeswalker in modern. Like, he's the worst planeswalker in modern in terms of play experience. I mean, as far as like being powerful, like probably the like I don't know. I guess yeah, you have to define what you mean by best. If you're gonna say powerful, like it's close, but I really don't like saying positive things about that card because I still think that it's like I don't have any nice way to say what I want to say about it. So that it's I think that Teferi is like it's like having like a nice glass of, you know, Sprite or whatever your favorite beverage is, and then just going outside and putting like a fucking rainwater in it or something. It's like it doesn't necessarily ruin it per se, but it definitely is not improving it in any regard whatsoever. So that's kind of how I see Teferi. Yeah, obnoxious. I mean, it is like the card is pretty like it's powerful enough. Like especially with Urion, like now we're gonna like actually see to like before he was just kind of annoying, but like in a world with Urion, like Teferi is actually like a lot worse now for sure. I think I would honestly rather not play Magic than have to play Teferi in my deck. Like that's kind of where I'm at with that card. Like it's disgusting. I hate that they just decided to like Thanos snap away interaction from the game with that. It's one of the most egregious cards. Like I dislike Teferi even more than Plague Engineer. At least like Plague Engineer serves a purpose, even if it's like a stupid purpose. Like, but all Teferi does like is just remove a critical element of the game. It's not like it punishes a specific deck or anything. It just removes like one of the things that makes Magic actually a fun game to play. So Thassa, injury. I guess the other one we'll put on this page is Training. There are so many design mistakes from the last like year that it's just it's hard to talk about them without getting upset by just even thinking about it. And even more so when you see like people like Mark Rosewaters on Twitter trying to defend it, like or reading articles by people who are trying to like excuse it in any way. It's like no, this is not an excusable state of the game, and it's like you could even be doing something to fix it, and you choose not to. Meanwhile, Merfolk's still under. So like, Merfolk is one of the most resilient decks. I think like it is like legitimately hard to make our deck not good. Like it's hard to make our deck like a tier 1 deck, but it's also hard to make our deck like unplayably bad too. Because if the one thing the Merfolk community is better at than like any other archetype I've noticed, Merfolk adapts to like metagames like very very well. Everybody that like in the Merfolk community, like they know what the deal is. Like they don't, and I mean that if anything, like this is probably something that I should try to like emulate more from other people. That like people in Merfolk generally don't complain about things as much. They just try to figure out a way to push forward. So whereas I probably do both things. Like I'll still try to like mess with the list to get it to work, but I still like complaining about it anyway. Because like here's the thing, like on one hand, like yes, I do complain about a lot of things a lot, but if you don't keep saying them, like I don't want this to become the new normal. Like nobody should be okay with like any of this bullshit getting normalized. So you need to like at some point keep reminding yourself that this should not be like the correct state of affairs. Like when you give in and accept it, like that's like actually more depressing than probably anything else. And I don't want to like fall into that trap where I'm just like, okay, this is just life now. I mean, even if that is the case, like it shouldn't be, and we should be pushing back against it hard constantly. And a lot of people are they don't like that mindset because it sounds like you're just being negative all the time. But I think that it's an important function to like have, you know, you have to like make your voice like known about this. So don't let people fall into like complacency with, you know, terrible nonsense. Benthic Biomancer is like, you know, the perfect representation of the Merfolk community. It adapts to whatever situation is placed in front of it.
Actually, I'm gonna leave a space here because I need to get a fourth one of these, so that's fine. I don't know if I want to get 4 Vendilion Cliques, but I probably will get more eventually. I can just move these cards later if it becomes a problem, so. The whole fire design, like, you know, has just been a trash fire. And, like, in some regards, it pisses me off because I knew that it was going to be like that since they first started designing sets like that, and I have made it very abundantly clear that that was what was going to happen ever since that was the case. And I know I've gotten some pushback from people about sounding overly negative about it, but I do want it to be known that I was at least right. Like, you know, it's not like I was wrong for saying any of the shit that I said. Like, the design is horrifically terrible, and this is just, you know, how we're living now. So let's see. The M25 version of Clique is beautiful. Yes, I agree. Like, that's part of, like, I fucking hate the Modern Masters 15 Cliques. Like, these are terrible. They're awful. I'd rather trade them for something better, but I don't even use the ones I have very much at the moment, so it's not exactly a priority to do that. Why isn't Richard Garfield there to design each set? Well, Richard Garfield has other projects that I think he's working on. Like, he's not going to do Magic forever. Also, yeah, like, he's like 56 though. Yeah, he's worked. Yeah, he's had like a bunch of other stuff that he's done since like he's left Magic, right? He's designed other games. Let's see here. I mean, and every now and then, like, I guess he still does contribute, but like, what is it? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's unrealistic to expect that he's going to be there to pull Wizards' asses out of the fire from this. Like, especially now that Hasbro owns them, I think that also has a significant effect in this on the way that sets get designed. So, like, Magic doesn't have like the independence that it used to, because now if Hasbro wants to like give them corporate directives, they very easily can. And I don't know if that's why like we've seen things the way they are, but I would not be surprised if it has some effect on it. So like, I am not like a huge board game person, but from the few people that from the people I know that like do like board games, I've never heard anything terrible about his other games. Like, they seem to be generally well received, so I'm glad to hear that people like them. I mean, it actually kind of pisses a lot of people off because like I am a very like Magic specific person. I know what I like to do with my free time, and I spend most of it doing that. So I can't help that. This is just who I am. My friends have tried so hard to get me to like get into other card games and such, and I was just like, I really just don't want to. Like, I want to play Magic, but I also want to not hate playing Magic. So, and this, you know, that also like I should mention something else that I noticed. On Arena they started doing this artisan format. So they did it for They did it for the F&M thing, and now they're doing like a festival for it for some card styles. I think if we had like Artisan Magic like on MTGO, that would be fantastic. Like that format could actually be like really, really fun. It's like a powered up version of Pauper, except like you can play like a lot more stuff. Like now Merfolk could be a deck in Artisan. And you could still even have like some Planeswalker stuff, like stuff like Engrath or Ashiok, and you know. So there are Planeswalkers that exist in Uncommon, and I think most of the ones that exist in Uncommon are actually of a fairly reasonable power level. And like most of the Uncommon cards in general are of a fairly reasonable power level, so I think with relatively few bans you could probably have a pretty fun and cheap format like an Artisan if they wanted to implement that. So that would probably be like an ideal way to play Magic that doesn't suffer from the fire design that they want to just have every set be like upending everything using all these rares and mythics all the time. So whereas like an uncommon set like that, like sure that'll change a lot, but I think that it would be way more enjoyable. You could then like limit it to like modern Artisan or like legacy Artisan or like whatever you want to do, but I don't know, it seems like that'd be really cool. Or yeah, I would imagine probably just like, you know, a legacy version of Artisan would be the way to go forward, and something like that. Oh, Keyforge, like, so I know my local game store just like they have like so much trouble keeping Keyforge in stock. We have a lot of people in my area that just fucking love playing that game, and it's like sold out like at our store like all the fucking time. So Aether Vial in fact did used to be uncommon, so yes, Aether Vial you would be able to play in Artisan. But then again, Force of Will is also an uncommon, so like Force of Will I imagine would be one of the cards that would probably be on the initial ban list for such a format. I don't know, maybe Aether Vial would be too, but I don't think it has to be. Like I think it could be fine. So generally, like the way that Pauper works is if it's ever been a common, then you can play it. So like Aether Vial would work the same way. If it's been uncommon at least once before, so you would by default be able to play it unless it's specifically banned. We're almost done with the creatures here, so I do need to get more Magus of the Moons at some point. And I do have more Fairy Macabres, I just know they're not in here right now. But so this is going to go over here, because I think I have them out for Pauper at the moment. Okay, so that's all the creatures and lands in this binder. Which means it still has some room to grow here. There's enough pages that either creatures or lands can grow in either direction, and it'll still be fine. So, but like, yeah, you can see here. This is much better. Now everything, like, I can actually find it when I need to find it, so.
Yeah, I've never played Keyforge, but like I said, pretty much all of the people that I know that do play it are fucking it. Like, they're obsessed with it, and it does really well at the local game stores, selling out all the time. So yeah, I'm not surprised by that. Dan just got Cauldron Cat comboed in Historic. Oh, that's rough. I've seen that deck once or twice there. It is kind of rough. Honestly, like that is one of the reasons I've thought about maybe having Mistbinder, or no Mistcaller in the deck. If there's enough like of the Cauldron Familiar deck and Unburial Rites type nonsense, then like Mistcaller could be actually a very good card. So, all right. I guess spells are gonna be first here. Oh, walls, huh? I have not seen a walls deck in Historic, but that's actually hilarious. Yeah, I meant so that. Wow, I would have not guessed that. Life comes at you hard sometimes. Mm-hmm. What else here? So I'm trying to put all the counter spells together and then everything else like separately. Yeah, you know what? I actually did put 2 Tempest Callers in my deck. I think that is some really good tech at the moment. It's also going to be very good against the Field of the Dead decks. So, definitely some respect in that front. Oh god, there's so many counter spells. All of the counter spells. It's actually kind of impressive, like how many like of the spell cards in my entire toolbox are just counter spells of some variety. Okay. Let's see. So, all right. So let's put this pile of cards over here and start figuring out how the hell to organize these. Probably try to organize them by mana cost. Let's find everything that's a counterspell that costs 1. Spell Snare, you cost 1. Rejection, you also cost 1. Flusterstorm, that's another one. Mystical Dispute basically costs 1 mana, but technically it doesn't. So we'll put it with the 3 mana stuff. Alright. Let's start with these. So Flusterstorm. Let's see. Oh god, there's so many of these. be worth it in the end. That's all I keep telling myself. It's a lot of work now in order to make my life way easier in the future. Tomorrow, I think I'm probably going to jam some Legacy. And Thursday, maybe some more Historic. That's kind of where I'm looking right now for content in the next couple days. Okay, I think that's all of them. Yeah. Spell Pierce. There we go. Ceremony's Rejection. Let's put Flusterstorm here. Oh. Dispel. Not that spell, Dispel. Okay, Swan Song. If I need to move it in the future, I will, but it can live right here just happily for right now. Spell Snare. That takes care of all the 1 mana ones, so now let's look at the 2 mana ones. So we want the one for Daze and Counterspell. Yeah, technically Disrupting Shoal, that one counts. Same thing with Logic Knot. We're so close to being done with this. It's been like, what, like 9 hours of work so far, but like, this is the home stretch. Probably like another 20-30 minutes and then we should be done with this. I'm looking forward to that so much. Okay. Alright. Now let's actually pull up the cards. Unified Will, Disrupting Shoal. There should be a third Unified Will here, shouldn't there? Or maybe it's in this pile somewhere. I'm sure I'll find it in a minute or two. Not everything is together in this pile. Oh, yep, there it is. See, I knew it. Okay, so let's start. We'll put Counterspell right here. One day these will be played in Modern. My guess is probably like Modern Horizons 2, because I think that was one of the #1 complaints when the set was spoiled, is why was Counterspell not in the set. So I feel like because of that, that's going to be like the first card that they put in Modern Horizons 2. It just seems like that would be a thing that they would do to me. I hope so, anyway. Okay, let's go. Deprive. Oh, complaint number. So no, I'm okay. So what I mean by that is like I know that. Yeah, we'll do it like this. You can see this a little bit better. So I know that look, it's not the only complaint that they got for Modern Horizons 1. I'm just saying like Counterspell not being spoiled was one of the first complaints that they got for that set. So there's a lot of things they did right with this set, but there's also a lot of things they did wrong with it too. No Merfolk, I agree, is definitely one of the things they did wrong. Unsettled Mariner is only technically a Merfolk. I don't count it either. That's not tribal support for Merfolk. That's giving, you know, lip service to every tribe. You know what we need? Okay, I know exactly what we have to do. We have to get, like, Dana Fisher to start playing Merfolk. Because Elves at least got, like, Llanowar Tribe, and I believe she got to spoil it. So, if she started playing Merfolk, I feel like there'd be a better chance where they would add a random Merfolk card to the set just so that she could get to spoil the card. So, I hope that maybe one day we can convince her to, like, to start playing fishies. I mean, I think Joe has been playing Unsettled Mariner in his list, actually to some success. So the card is fine. I don't like I don't see any huge glaring problem with it. Where is Quench? Oh, there it is. Okay. I was gonna say, like Quench is a card I don't anticipate we're gonna use very often, but it's like Pioneer's version of Mana Leak, so may as well own it. I hate to break it to you, Dan. I don't think we're ever going back to 2017. I think that it, you know, in many regards, 2017 is going to be considered a better time, but that time has come and gone. Well, I mean, if you're splashing Luris in your deck, you may as well be like play a few other white cards, and like Mariner is certainly a fine card in its own regard. It serves to slow down decks like Burn and Prowess, so it's helpful. Sometimes you can use it to dunk on stuff like Tron. I think the chat is a little bit behind. I think there's some. Oh yeah, I'm watching. Like, there's a bit of a delay in this, so. I hear a train in the background. Probably because I have the window open. It's hot in here. That's why like the fan is on behind me. Sometimes you can hear it. Deputy of Detention is in fact another good inclusion for blue-white merfolk. I agree. You get access to some of the more powerful sideboard cards too. Yeah, that loud cracking sound are my knuckles. I have a terrible, terrible habit of doing that. Spell Queller is my choice for non-fish in blue-white. That and Brazen Borrower. I mean, Brazen Borrower should be like the choice for non-fish in basically every version of Merfolk. But Spell Queller is reasonable. I think Spirits gets to make better use of it than we do, though. Like, Spell Queller's secret best mode is when you cast it with Teferi Time Raveler in play and then bounce the Spell Queller. Because then they never actually get to recast their spell and you can just keep countering their stuff. Here's our Forcey boys. We get Mystical Disputes down here. Get Wizard's Retorts. And disallows. I need to get one more of these. Just like, when I say I need to get like more of these, and not necessarily because I ever want to play 4 of them, but I'm just sort of a completionist in that regard. So I like owning play sets of cards whenever it's reasonable to do so. So yeah, and that was part of the reasoning for doing this, is now it'll be easier for me to look at this and see, okay, I need to go and get more of these, or I already have all of the ones I need. So I don't end up buying extra copies of cards I already own. Oh my god, like I'm watching the live stream and it's just like so far behind right now. Alright, time for all of the like bouncy spells. Come on, we're getting there. It's close. We're almost done. I know I keep saying that, but I mean it. Like, we're super getting there. So, Vapor Snags, we're the cheapest bounce spell. We add in the repeals. Looks a little better. What next? Echoing Truth. How do I feel about Deeproot Champion and Historic? I don't think it's the sort of card that Merfolk wants to play. So do you mean Deeproot Elite or Deeproot Champion? Because they're two different cards. And I still think I feel like neither one of them belongs in our list. But one of them is probably more playable than the other one. So Deeproot Champion, I believe, is the one where if you cast a non-creature spell, it gets bigger. Which, you want to play that in like a more of like a Delver style deck. If Deeproot Elite had only cost 1 green, it would be fantastic, and that would be like the answer to all of our problems. So. As it is, like, on turn 2, it's a little bit weak. So, I mean, that's sort of disappointing. Yeah, so the one that's like Champion of the Parish is Deeproot Elite. Yeah, no, I wish we had like, so that I know that's the card that like Nikachu really wants to design more than anything. He wants like Merfolk Champion of the Parish. Here's Paradigm Shift, yet another reserved list card. So our stupid I win combo and legacy. You know what? I should just put this with the sleep. I'll just can go here like this. Okay, we can live with that. Okay, so now the not blue stuff. Yeah, but like, I don't know, like at some point Merfolk is blue, and so what does Merfolk do? Like why don't we get cards that like do whatever Merfolk is supposed to do? I guess that's what I want to know. Yeah, like a Merfolk Wild Mikadel I don't think is super unreasonable. Like a Merfolk that would get +1 plus, like Cometa Speaker, imagine if it said like you got +1/+1 if you controlled an island, and if you got another +1/+1 for controlling another Merfolk. Like I don't think that's super unreasonable. I mean, there are way more powerful 1-drops than that, so. You know what? No, I should put these on their own page, because I probably, even if I don't own them, I probably want to at some point. What do I do with it? Dismember, fatal push. I would just be happy if we had like a Savannah Sea Lion. So a 2/1 Merfolk that just, you know, for 1 blue. That's it. That would be okay with me. But even that just seemed like that's still probably asking a lot. Oops, I missed one. Go. Surgical goes in here. And we only have like a couple more spells and then we're done. Well, then we have the last set. So gut shots. Gutshot, one of the most, well, I don't know, like, it's probably the most fair 1 mana Phyrexian spell. There we go. Cool. And now the last set. Now we just start from the back and go with the spell, or the non-creature permanents. Okay. Means so where are the Planeswalker cards here? There we go. Ashiok. Any predictions for Double Masters? Double price probably is not very far off from the truth, to be honest. Now, remember, you are getting double rares and double foils, so double price technically isn't that big a deal. But it might make it harder to convince people to like want to draft it, though, which is kind of awful. Because usually the master sets are actually really fun to draft, so I really hope that like the price isn't that like a turnoff for people to want to draft. Okay, I feel like I should have one here for the Royal Scions, and I don't know where that card went to. Phantasmal Image actually would be a very flavorful, like pretty much any of the clone effects, but like Image in particular, it really kind of needs a reprint because it's getting more expensive. I mean, it's been reprinted before, and it's still like has a. I think it's still a card that's like worth reprinting. So. Ooh. Really? Did I just like not make a card for this one? I guess I'm gonna find out. So I'm. Alright, well. I'll have to like check that later. Thought I did everything. There he is. Oko, and where's the other one? Oko. For Oko. The official drink of Channel Lord Magicus. Alright, there we go. So Planeswalker page, so then we do artifacts next. So, let's see. Yeah, it had spiked up, like, I think a lot higher than it is right now, didn't it? So... 1630 is not that bad for a master set like this. Because I think that's like around, like, that's actually cheaper than like what Modern Masters 1 goes for currently, so. And remember, Modern Masters 1, you only get one rare. You're not getting double rares like this one, so. So, like, yeah, it's tempting to just look at it and be like, oh, well, you know what? The normal one's only like, what, $10, and like this one's like 16. Like, even if that's the case, you still probably come out ahead as long as like the average value of the set is around what a master set typically is. Like, 16 might not be that bad if you're getting 2 rares out of the deal for each one, so it's just something to think about. I wouldn't judge it too harshly on the price until we see the contents of the set. Because so far it looks like they've at least put like a few decent cards in it that are worth like a little bit. Aren't so one of those cards is like a reserve list card, isn't it? So I don't know if they're gonna put something like that in there. So, master sets are not by default modern legal. They are legacy legal. You can use any card that's reprinted in the master set for modern as long as it already is legal in modern. But master sets do not affect the legality of a card in modern. That's why they can print, like, say, Eternal Masters and put Force of Will in it. And it's speculated Force of Will might be a reprint that's in this set too. So now, if Force of Will is in Double Masters, then the price, you know, at $16 a booster, definitely might be more justified because you can potentially open up like a foil that's like several $100s. It's like foil Force of Wills are like $300 to $400 depending upon which ones you get. So. They really like using Force as their like their bait to get people to buy sets. Yeah, I don't think Splinter Twin's gonna be in double math. Well, I mean, I guess it could be. Like, so one thing that they might consider doing is putting Splinter Twin in double masters and then unbanning it in modern. So that's something similar to that happened with Jace the Mind Sculptor. So it's not like it's out of the question that that could happen. I think though that Splinter Twin should just be unbanned like before it's announced that it's being. Well, I don't know. See, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, do you tell people that it's getting unbanned first, or do you reprint it first and then tell them it's getting unbanned? Like, it's tough. I mean, it's entirely possible you reprint it first, and then after people own the card, then you're like, oh, by the way, it's going to be legal in Modern again, so there's enough supply of it out there for people to play with. Well, I guess let's do the sword page. Alright. So what order do I want these to go? I guess alphabetical for the swords. So body, fire and ice. Well, no, feast and famine, then fire and ice. Here we go. There we go. It's the equipment page. Do I want to put it like? Guess. I know what I can put with it. I will put the fountain. Actually, I'll put the Bident there since it. Well, no, this isn't an equipment though, so yeah, I guess the trolley card can go here. This one's. Yeah. There's like no chance I'm getting more of those. It's just I don't see that happening. Okay, so. These are ones that I do probably at some point anticipate getting more of. And where is it? Spyglass. Here we go. Shadow Spear down here. Null rods. Should get more eventually. Smithing needle. Correct. This page is going to look kind of barren because they have work to do on it. Should get probably, I don't know if I'm going to get 4 of those, but yeah, it's fine. Maybe. Off the night. Alright, take it easy, Dan. We are now like in the final stretch of this. Making our way through this. This is it. This is the last pile of cards that have to get added to this, so we are just about there. So we'll be joining you shortly, actually. Alright, so ley line of anticipation. Threads. Search. Am I still playing Borderlands 3? The last like 2 or 3 weeks I haven't spent as much time on it, but I've played a little bit of Mayhem 10 and it's insane. I did manage to kill Wotan the Invincible with my Bottomless Mags Moes. Turns out the OPQ system is in fact OP as fuck. I am still loving me some Borderlands, and I'm looking forward to the Guardian content once it's out. They've been doing a pretty good job with it so far. I think they said in the next patch they're going to add it so the mayhem level of the drop shows up on the actual gun in the game, which I think is super necessary. Mo's, bros, and hoes for life. Okay. The flak crit build. Yeah, I've this seems fine. I mean, I know a lot of people, they have fun playing a bunch of different stuff, so I am all about that Mo's life though, for sure. And Borderlands pre-sequel I played pre-sequel I played Nisha, and in Borderlands 2 I played Salvador because I really like firing guns a lot, so that's kind of been what my playstyle is, so most fits right into that. It looks like I am done here finally. So here we go. This is the last one that goes in here. Okay, well, this was a hell of a project, and it took we spent 5 hours today and like a little about 4 hours last time. This is good, which means so now all of these are in here. Roland in Borderlands 1, yeah, he's I don't know. In Borderlands 1, I played Brick, and I don't know, like it was Brick's fine, but like you just what I think if I were to play Borderlands 1 again, I don't know. My friend is always the one who likes to play the Siren, so if I had to play it again, I don't know. Depending on what, like I might play either Lilith or maybe I'd just play the Sniper Mordecai. Who knows? But I don't know. I never really played much Roland, so I couldn't tell you. But there we go. Finally, this project is done. So all of our beautiful Merfolk Toolbox cards are finally in their proper homes. So now I can easily flip through here and see, okay, this is something that I need to acquire for my collection still. This is excellent. This is exactly what I wanted to have. This was a hell of a project, but it was worth it in the end because now I have it all documented. They're all organized, and I have space to put everything in the binder. This is great. So there's that one. And we have, you know, this one finished off as well. So you can see, like, everything's here finally. You know, this is what, you know, being a serious foil aficionado is all about. You have to put in work to maintaining this kind of shit. So I'm just happy that I finished this. So I hope that, you know, like everybody got to appreciate some of the finer qualities of foil collecting, and I want to thank everybody that, you know, was with me during any of the time that I spent doing this, because getting to like talk to people made it a lot easier to do this for 9 hours than just having to sit here myself and go insane. So thanks everybody who actually was paying attention and, you know, joining in the chat. I really appreciate it. So I'm done with this. I'm going to end this stream now, and tomorrow we will probably be playing Legacy. So I guess I should probably like fix this camera now. I'm upside down. Alright, wait. God, that look insane here. Yeah, so you can see this. There we go. So now I'll put the camera screen back up. There you go. Yeah, this is a hell of a project. So I'm just glad that it's done finally. Like, it's insane. So thanks everybody. I need to go take a break now. It's like literally midnight here, and I've just been doing this since 7 o'clock. So take it easy, everybody. I will see you tomorrow.